Hey, Markeith, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Sorry.
Okay. Just not used to being in this room, so I wanted to make sure. Thanks.
Good evening. How's my sound?
Good, you sound good.
All right, let's hope it stays that way.
Hi, Judy.
Good evening again. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Hoping tonight's as quick as last night.
Yeah, last night was quick.
And it may be wishful thinking on my part, but
Yeah.
we have to hope, right?
Yeah.
And Amy, thank you for Evan. But thanks.
Hello, peeps.
How you doing, Michael?
Oh, I'm doing well, thank you. And how's Ms. Harvey this fine evening?
Doing well, thank you. I hope you are.
You got my appointment email?
Yes, thank you.
That's what I do.
Am I squeaky or can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I
How
was
are you?
squeaky on some other Zoom, so okay, good to know. Amy Harvey, do you have anybody needs to get their ballots in that hasn't turned them in?
I'm getting ready to send it to Jess Anderson, Amy Ryan, and Madam Searing.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
You want me to text them too?
Sure.
How are you, Megan and Whitney?
Good evening. I'm doing well, thanks.
Great. And your microphone sounds good. Thank you.
Hey, sorry, can everybody hear me now?
Yes, you sound good. Thank you.
Okay, awesome, thanks.
Has anybody looked at the attendees list?
Yes.
Take a look, Pam.
How you doing, Derek?
Were you talking to me? I had to walk away for a minute.
Yeah, take a look at the attendees list.
Yeah,
I thought that was amusing.
it'll be even more. They're planning, they wanted to come to the meeting with their paddles, and I said, you can sign up to the, and we'll acknowledge that there's this many attendees there for that or something, so we'll see. Luckily, they're not all speaking, so that'll be good. Yes, Amy said there were 72 people registered for tonight.
Seriously?
That's what she sent earlier.
Dear Lord.
You know they can hear you.
Okay.
Oh, I went to the outside event. I'm still melting from it. It was hot. I shouldn't have ought a word with the suit I wore. Amy Ryan, did you get your ballot in?
Nope,
Please do.
I am. I have to check in with Markeith first. We have our priorities. Hello, Markeith. Sound okay?
Yes, it is. How are you?
I have mine.
Okay, I'll go do mine right this second.
Thank you.
And I now have Jess Anderson's as well.
How you doing,
I
Paris?
sent them texts. Hello, Paris.
Hi, everyone. Amy, you received my ballot? Excellent, thank you.
Yes, you weren't on my naughty list, so good. Here we go.
You mean naughty list?
Naughty list?
Those who have not turned them in make me have to stop and text.
No, I sent mine in early today.
Oh, we're so proud, so proud.
Yes, thank you. I need
We're
my
just-
props.
So we're just being thoughtful.
How you doing, Amy Olin?
Hi, how are you?
Good. And Rand, how are you? Can I get a sense of your microphone?
Good evening.
Oh, there's Rand. I'm gonna walk away again, so sorry, guys, I gotta go brush my teeth. Oh.
How we doing, Mary Jane, Leanne, and John? And Maurice.
Hello.
You sound good. Thank you.
Thanks, Marquise.
Good evening, Markeith.
How you doing, Maurice?
Doing well. How are you, sir?
Good. And how you doing, Ty?
Hello, hello.
And your microphone sounds good. Thank you. And how you doing, Camille?
Woo, cutting it close. Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
How are you?
Uh-oh. I still can't hear anybody. I'm going to have to restart my computer. Sorry. I was having this problem earlier. I'll be back.
Okay.
Bye.
Who else heard Arnold?
Mhm.
I'll be back.
Okay, Amy Harvey, you should have my ballots. It should be winging its way to you. Let me know if it doesn't show up.
I actually did send in my ballot like hours ago.
Oh, says you.
Want it to be known. And I checked my sent mail because I know I'm not to be trusted, and it is sent.
Oh my.
It is not me this time.
Take you off the naughty list. There you go.
Thank you. Finally.
Do you have mine?
Yes, we had everyone. If you didn't get a
Okay.
text from me, we have yours. Okay.
I have them all.
Oh, you have them all. Oh, we like that. Very nice. With 1 minute to spare, that's good.
I think that means on time. You're like I had an old boss who my timesheet was due on Monday. And if it wasn't done by Friday at 5, she's like, you're late. You're late. I was like, it's due Monday. She's like, you're late.
Well, with all this technology, I'm bouncing between so many things back and forth. So anyway. All right, we got 1 minute, folks. And everyone's well, we'll announce it tomorrow that we're being virtual in the morning. You won't show up at the library. Okay, good. All right, I have 7 o'clock by my timekeeper here. So that means we are starting the Chapel Hill Town Council meeting for Wednesday, May 18th. We're glad to have all of you in attendance. We have quite a few participants this time. We're excited to have you join us, however you are joining us, whether you're online, watching, streaming, watching it later, or watching through the TV network. We're happy to have you along. We do have some things we do first in the beginning of our meeting. And sorry, I'm trying to get here. Okay, before we get started, we want to say congratulations to Senator Valerie Foushee, Representative Greg Meyer, Commission Chair Renee Price, former Council Member Alan Moincy, Jeff Neiman, and Mark Shilton on winning their races in yesterday's primaries. And we also want to thank all the other candidates who ran. It's not an easy thing to do, and we're so glad you want to serve community and out there. And we appreciate everyone's efforts. There was a lot of activity, and there were a lot of good voters out there. It was a high number for a primary in our area, so that was really pleasing. And we're so lucky to have so many people who are dedicated, passionate, and involved, and willing to be part of the process. So thank you for doing all that. Tonight on the agenda, we have 6 items for discussion. The first 5 items are public hearings. We'll lead off to open the public hearing for the town's 2022-23 budget, followed by a proposed downtown residential project at 101 East Rosemary Street, site improvements for the Gimghoul Castle, changes proposed for the Hardy site to accommodate a Fifth Thirds Bank, and an addition of a fuel center to Harris Teeter at 1800 MLK Jr. Boulevard. And our last item on the agenda is a concept plan for Porthole Alley. We'll also be making appointments to the boards at the end of the evening, so bear with us for that. So in keeping with our rules for virtual meetings, and appreciate people helping us out being virtual here, we do a roll call. So council members, as I call your name, please answer here or I. Take yourself off mute. And am I missing Mayor Pro Tem Stegman?
She's having computer tech issues.
Okay, we'll hopefully can catch her back here. So that brings me to Councilmember Anderson.
Here.
Councilmember Barry.
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Present.
Councilmember Miller Fushi,
Here.
Councilmember Parker,
Here.
Councilmember Ryan,
Here.
Councilmember Searing,
Here.
and the mayor is also here. So we will hope to see Ms. Stegman with us soon. And first up, in keeping with our celebrating successes videos, we have Bike Month. And to remind everyone that biking is a great option in Chapel Hill. Ran, are you here to run that for us? Oh, there you are. Ms. Stegman is here. We need you to see it. Great. Hi.
I'm sorry, Mayor. One moment.
Hello, everyone. Did you know that studies show that the #1 reason that people bicycle is associated with the word fun? In Chapel Hill, we're working hard to provide opportunities for bicyclists of all ages. This includes our extensive network of greenways and bike lanes that connect neighborhoods, commercial areas, parks, schools, and other destinations. We've also installed bicycle fix-it stations all over town and have outfitted Chapel Hill transit buses with bike racks to make getting places quicker and easier. And of course, bicycles are a great way to get around without producing any carbon emissions. To learn more about our bike trails, fix-it stations, and more, please visit gochapelhill.org. Whether you're headed to work or just out to have fun, bicycling in Chapel Hill is a great option. Come on, it's a nice day for a ride.
Thank you, Ran. I forgot we filmed that a while back. It is a nice day for a ride, and I have signed up to get an e-bike. I'm very excited about that. So, okay. All right, we have a few proclamations up today, and we have 3 actually. We're going to start with Public Works Week, and we have Mr. Parker to help us off with that.
Good evening, everybody. The health, safety, sustainability, and resilience of our community greatly depends on the infrastructure that we use each and every day. Our sidewalks and roads, public buildings and grounds, just to name a few. Tonight, we want to show our gratitude to our dedicated public works staff for all they do for our community by declaring May 15th through the 21st, 2022 is Public Weeks Work, which is not easy to say, in Chapel Hill. In so doing, we call on everyone in our community to recognize the contributions which public works officials make every day to our health, safety, and quality of life. Thank you to all.
Thank you. We are really grateful to our public works employees for all they do for our community, and ask our town manager, Mr. Jones, to share our appreciation with Lance Norris and the entire public works team. So thank you for that.
It certainly will. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, great. Yeah, little round of applause here for everybody. There you go. All right, thank you. All right, next up is Kids to Park Day, and we have Miss Anderson helping us with that.
Mayor, I was hoping we were going to see you get on the bike in the video. I thought you were going to like ride off into the sunset.
We talked about doing that, but they decided in case that didn't go well, we wouldn't.
Fine. All right. The Kids to Park Day. This Saturday, May 21st, 2022, the town of Chapel Hill joins with cities and towns across the nation in celebrating Kids to Parks Day. Organized by the National Park Trust and held on the 3rd Sunday of May each year, Kids to Parks Day aims to empower kids by supporting healthy lifestyles and broadening children's appreciation of nature. The forecast calls for a sunny Saturday, and so we encourage everyone to explore our local parks and green spaces this Saturday and throughout the year.
Thank you, and we are grateful for the work that our Parks and Recreation staff and the members of our Parks, Greenways, and Recreation Commission and all their support of parks, green spaces, and programs for everyone in Chapel Hill. And as a reminder, we recently launched our new open space map to help people find nearby parks and green spaces. So please use that tool and get outside and explore your community. All right, next up is Period Poverty Awareness Week. And Ms. Miller-Fishy is going to help us with that announcement.
Thank you, Mayor. National surveys and research studies report that 1 in 4 administrating individuals struggle to secure enough period supplies to meet their needs each month due to a lack of income. Furthermore, national surveys report that because of this lack of period supplies, known as period poverty, 1 in 5 women and girls miss work or school. To combat the adverse effects of period poverty on the health and well-being of women and girls in our community, the Diaper Bank of North Carolina and other organizations have created programs to distribute period products through various channels. To help raise awareness of this issue, the Town Council hereby proclaims the week of May 23rd through May 29th, 2022 as Period Poverty Awareness Week in Chapel Hill. In doing so, we encourage the residents of Chapel Hill to donate generously to period supply banks, product drives, and those organizations that collect and distribute period products to those struggling with period poverty, so that all of Chapel Hill's people can thrive and reach their full potential. Thank you.
We can't hear you, Mayor.
Goodness, sorry. Thank you. And we really do appreciate the work that Julie Bowling and the staff at the Diaper Bank for expanding their services to meet this urgent need for women and girls. And members of our community who are interested can find more information at the Diaper Bank of North Carolina website. Also, we will post the entire proclamations out on social media, so you can look for those there as well. And we appreciate all the wonderful things going on in our community. Do have a few announcements to hang in there. One of them, good things going on in our community. I went to the ribbon cutting today for the Boys and Girls Club over on Craig Street in Northside. It's a wonderful facility that the town has given over for use in perpetuity, as we say. They've renovated the site. Lots of happy kids there. It was a wonderful event, and just very proud of our community for caring about our children and taking those bold steps to help them out. So I'm very excited about that. As a friendly reminder, tomorrow morning will be our legislative breakfast, and appreciate everyone's flexibility. We'll be holding this meeting virtually. We weren't sure if they'd be called back to session or not. We'd hope to come back in person, but we're going to do it this way. We'll be joined by our elected representatives and also representatives from the League and Metro Mayors. The meeting begins at 8:30, and I've asked various council members to help me in updating our local state elected officials on our progress in various areas. And then we'll hear back from our elected officials. They usually ask us questions. And then if council members have questions to ask them, we encourage that as well. So we look forward to seeing that and hearing from them. This weekend, we have the Tracks Music Series going on. It's a fabulous festival that we've had over at U Place before, but this Saturday from 3 to 7, it will be at the Current Art Space in downtown. It's a free outdoor concert, and we want everyone to come and enjoy the music and our local artists, and that'll be a lot of fun. There's a public information meeting on 5500 Old Chapel Hill Road, scheduled from Monday, May 23rd at 5:15 for the proposed apartment building on that road. That meeting will be held virtually, and please go to the town calendar and register if you're interested in attending. The council will be having a work session next week that will also be virtual. And that is also on the town calendar. The agenda is going to include any budget topics that we need to cover. And then the report that was supposed to come last time from the Lower Booker Creek work group will be discussing that as well. And last but not least, a very happy birthday to one of our council members. Oh, she's looking so shy. Happy birthday, Mayor Pro Tem Stegman. Glad you could join us. Sorry, there's no cake. So anyway, we now have, oh, sorry. Are there any other announcements from council members? Sorry, I know I rattled off a lot of things. Sorry. Okay, So now is the time on our agenda to hear from the public on items that are not on the printed agenda for this evening. We had some people register ahead of time, but that doesn't mean you're still welcome to speak to us. You can use the raise your hand function or the *9 if you're on a phone, and we will call on you. And I was given a heads up that there will be a pickleball petition, and the group that signed on wants to show their appreciation and have you notice who's in the attendee list, but they're not all planning on speaking. So I know we had a couple of petitions. Ms. Stegman, you're going to help call folks in. We ask you to keep within your 3-minute time limits in order to move us along. It's not the only way to communicate with us. I know some people don't like the shortened time, but you're welcome to email us, call us, or find us and have conversations as well. So Ms. Stegman will call you in 2 at a time, and then we will hear from you. And our normal process for petitions, just so you know, is to receive and to refer to the mayor and the manager to review. And those petitions will, hopefully we'll be back to them all together to do them in one roll call vote. So, Ms. Stegman.
All righty, the first one is Charles Berlin, followed by Sandy Douglas.
Hi, I'm here representing the 500 people who signed a petition that was submitted to you a day or 2 ago, which came about in response to proposed development along Old Chapel Hill Road. While they have a variety of perspectives, all share the conviction that large-scale residential development in Chapel Hill should not be done piecemeal, but rather in a comprehensive way that best addresses the needs of Chapel Hill residents in both the immediate neighborhood as well as the town at large, in both the present and the future. I'd like to express my considerable appreciation for concurrence with this by the mayor and 5 council members at the recent Economic Sustainability Committee meeting, affirming that integrated, higher level and well thought out planning is far better than piecemeal project by project approvals for the development proposals in question. Given my limited time, I'll only note the most important issues of concern. First, genuine integrated planning for a complete neighborhood of necessity needs to take many aspects into account, including addressing the realities of traffic capacity of the affected roads, present and future, the extent of preservation of trees and green space, size, density, mass, and attractiveness of design of the new buildings, and whether these are befitting the adjoining neighborhoods, the balance of owner-occupied, missing middle, and affordable versus rental housing, public transportation, bike path and trail availability, stormwater, energy efficiency, and other environmental issues, and whether there are any public amenities that enhance the larger neighborhood. All these should be addressed in a genuine in-depth plan, which council should take into account in its eventual decisions about whether development proposals meet these goals. Second, and very important, genuine citizen participation is a critical element for such planning, as it accomplishes a far better and more broadly embraced end result. Third, it should be council, not developers, which clearly speaks to what best serves the needs of its citizens. This guidance from the top down should shape what is approved in forthcoming zoning decisions in weighing these proposals. In summary, we, the public, look forward to meaningful engagement in the upcoming planning process for what evolves along Old Chapel Hill Road in order to achieve something that ultimately betters both the neighborhood and the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on the dot. There you go. Thank you.
Next, we have Sandy Douglas, followed by Connor Sullivan.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Sandy Douglas, and I'm a resident of Chapel Hill, and I'm here representing the Chapel Hill Pickleball Organization. Many Chapel Hill pickleball players are joining us tonight via Zoom in support of pickleball. You, as our town council members, are about to make decisions on how to spend Chapel Hill's American Rescue Fund acts. You will be considering many outstanding proposals, looking for transformative impacts for our town. We are here tonight to bring your attention to the long-standing need for pickleball courts in Chapel Hill and to make you aware of our ARPA proposal, which is in your materials tonight. Pickleball is a unique and fun sport. It was intentionally designed to be inclusive, accessible, welcoming, and very easy to learn. Pickleball encourages and facilitates play by participants of all ages, all abilities, who can play together. We have a diverse community of players who come from all walks of life. For the past 8 years, pickleball has been the fastest growing sport in the US. In 2016, the town constructed our first dedicated pickleball courts at Ephesus Park. At that time, we had 350 registered players. In 2019, we had grown to over 1,200 players, and during COVID, we gained over 500 new players. Pickleball exploded in growth during COVID because of its inclusive atmosphere, its positive effect on physical and mental health, and because it provides a safe and social outlet, especially during COVID, due to its naturally socially distanced outdoor play. In 2020, we still have only one dedicated town facility for pickleball, despite it being the most played sport at Parks and Rec facilities for the past 4 years. This opportunity for funding, combined with Parks and Rec recently identifying potential sites, creates a unique opportunity for transformative change. We are only asking for half of the project costs from ARPA funds, $400,000. We will match that amount through community fundraising. These additional courts are projected to produce $100,000 in annual revenue to the town through pickleball's tournaments, leagues, and clinics. This is a small investment that benefits the town as well as over the 1,700 players in Chapel Hill. This proposal has the support of Parks and Recreation and the Visitor Center. So thank you all for listening. Please take time to read our proposal and come see and play pickleball at Ephesus. And please seriously consider our request for ARPA funds. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And we're getting a lot of comments from the pickleball crowd here. Thank you for attending. Thanks for that. Okay, next up.
We have Virginia Gray, followed by Nikema Santos.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Virginia Gray. Good evening, everyone. Whereas community engagement for determining the uses of the Legion property has already occurred, to wit, 2013, the Comprehensive Parks Plan proposed a community park for the northeastern part of town. A community park is defined as 50 acres, so that'd be the 36.2 acres of the Legion plus the adjacent 10 acres of Ephesus Park. December 2016, the town bought the Legion land, and 2017, the council appointed a task force. Also, a community charrette was held with 120 participants. The task force report was issued in late 2017. Their citizen survey identified athletic and casual or passive uses for the park, and the report also contains staff priorities. The staff said this site, quote, is the best opportunity for a community park in Northeast Chapel Hill. Residential growth nearby underscores the need, unquote. In late 2019, the Parks and Rec Commission voted that all the Legion property should be a community park. Since early 2020, a hardy band of citizens on a weekly basis have removed invasive species from the property. There are 15 regular weekly volunteers plus other volunteers help occasionally. They estimate spending between 900 and 1,000 hours per year working at the site. The 36 acres of Legion land contains 8.6 acres of RCD and 1.3 acres of steeply sloped land. That leaves only 28 acres of buildable land. The portion near the stream is subject to flooding. Now, whereas the stock of mature trees on site greatly reduces greenhouse gases and global warming, an open green space reduces temperatures and contributes to the town climate goals. If up to 145 units of housing are built in the woods, many trees will have to be sacrificed. Our part of the land is sold for commercial space. Even more land will be sacrificed. Instead, ARPA funds could pay for park improvement. I and 67 signatories proposed to the town's ARPA process, funding such necessary repairs as repairing the leaking dam. There are thousands of residents in the new Blue Hills apartments. They deserve a place to recreate. In fact, there are 2,070 units there. And okay, so therefore be it resolved, this petition be granted. Thank you.
Thank you. That was just your 30-second timer warning. So I didn't know.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize, I kept trying to see the time. Okay, good. So in addition to Blue Hill, there are another almost 1,000 apartments under construction. So we have over 3,000 units, and most often more than one person lives in a unit. There are also hundreds of residents in rental homes along Legion Road and its side streets. They're residents in the existing 4 Legion Park affordable housing projects, and residents of the entire town deserve a place to recreate. So whereas the Legion property is the only available open space for park left in the town, thereby be it resolved that this petition for a community park be granted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like we don't have Nakima or Maria Palmer. So next up, let's see, we've got some folks with raised hands, and then maybe we'll come back to Michael, or do I need to do Michael next?
No, we do council members after we've heard from the public. So
okay,
Mr. Carnes, Mr. Miller.
Mr. Carnes and Mr. Miller, come on over.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ronald Carnes. I am a member of IFC Board of Directors. I do work with the CEF Community Empowerment Fund. I have access to an extensive network of community activists who share in my desire to help the homeless, the hungry, guys dealing with reentry from prison, and families in need. My hope today is to convince the township to increase your level of financial assistance to IFC. Because of our consistent dedication and ability to provide the help that is so desperately needed in Orange County, we continue to get better and helping those in need. Some of our ultimate goals are to end homelessness and to put an end to hunger across our county. Presently, we provide the only homeless shelters in Orange County. We provide meals for close to 100 a day to whomever can get to our doors. I'm one of the worker bees. I get the work done. I leave the finances and administration to those who keep the doors open. But without your help, I know those doors could possibly close. I know most of you on the council and our Honorable Mayor Heminger. And I've worked with most of you, and we have a number of successes to our efforts. You don't want to do this work that we've been taking on. We're good at it, and we keep doing it. We just hope that you keep doing what you're doing and help get us more funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carnes.
Thanks, Ron. I'm Jay Miller. I'm the board treasurer of Interfaith Council right now. And I want to thank you first for all that you do for all of our nonprofit social service agencies in the area. And at Interfaith Council, I want to quickly go over some of the things we do. Ron talked about food insecurity. That includes a community kitchen and a food pantry. We also give emergency financial assistance, housing support, permanent supportive housing. And we also have a real transformation work that we do to confront poverty around the issues of race, equity, action, and leadership. Now, in addition to that, we have the exclusive currently job of handling what some people call the shelters. The other work that I've talked about is incredibly important, and fortunately, there's some other nonprofits that do that kind of work. in our area, and I hope you'll support them as well. Within the quote shelter work, we have 3 large buildings on Homestead Road for women and families, and then we have a large building on MLK called Community House for men. The maximum number of people that we can take care of is 116 at one time. And I was just running some numbers myself. If you figured at 100 people a day between these shelter programs, and a cost, it's 24/7, 365. It's case management as well as 2 meals and obviously the housing that is temporary that we provide for people. At about $40 a day, that would be, at 100 people, that would be about $1.46 million. And we spend a little less than that, thankfully. So for less than $40 a day at an average of 100 people, we're around 1.4 for this entire program. And we're asking for an interlocal agreement that would provide about $650,000. That's a little less than half of what we spend on those programs. And it's incredibly important work. And we hope that you will consider the fact that we're taking care of so many people in this area. It's throughout in Orange County. The 650, I just want to be clear on this. This is a combination of city, county, and this would include Carborough and Chapel Hill. So we're asking you to contribute towards that 650. And I just want to say that in many municipalities throughout the country, this is fully funded by the municipalities. So thank you to Interfaith Council for chipping in, and we're asking for matching funds in a sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. And IFC does an incredible job, so we've heard you. Thank you.
We have 2 more hands raised, Jessica Aldave and Tom Fenn.
I apologize. I think I hit the wrong button.
Okay. Or do you want to speak with us?
Yes, I do. I didn't mean to join the panel.
You're okay. We want to hear from you. In order to speak to us, you have to join the panel just for a minute. Okay.
My name is Jessica Aldave. I'm the Shelter and Housing Director for Interfaith Council. So I want to echo all the great things that Ronald Kearns and Jay Miller said. As a Shelter and Housing Director, I work directly with our residents at Home Start, the Women's and Family Shelters, and Community House, which is our men's shelter. So every day I see their faces, I see their struggles, and I see the things they have to deal with. And so since IFC does provide the only shelters in the county for men, women, and children, we also did this during the pandemic. And we also added additional spaces for inclement weather. So we definitely need more investment of our local public dollars for these basic safety net services that are really saving people's lives. People need a space to be safe. People need a space to be sheltered. IFC has been reliant on public funding, but we don't bring in enough to cover all the costs. So we require additional support. Our need for this interlocal agreement should be prioritized, because even though there are like a lot of other important things to talk about, our specific need involves life or death situations and people's well-being. We need additional dollars in order to continue providing these essential services. We leverage significant public funding and in-kind donations and volunteer time and some government funding, but it's not enough, and we need more government support. But for our shelters, there would be an even more overwhelming amount of unsheltered in the community. And so that's all I want to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jessica. My name is Tom Fenn. I'm here to support the IFC in its request for an interlocal agreement with Carborough, Chapel Hill, and Orange County. I know you've received a letter from our Executive Director, Jackie Jenks, and our Board Chair, Vicki Kim. It goes into great detail as to why the interlocal agreement is so important. It talks about the fact that the IFC provides the only homeless shelters in our area, and that local government contributes only 12% of our budget. This is far lower than the contributions of similar college towns. I wanted to make 3 points. I've coached youth sports around here for the better part of 15 years. One of the things I've always tried to tell our kids is to get in front of your problems. That's what the IFC is trying to do right now with the interlocal agreement. We have a structural deficit that relies on reserves to be balanced. It is possible that those reserves will run out in the near future. If that causes us to close a program, the public will inevitably ask, did anyone know this was going on? And the answer is going to be yes. The town councils did. I'd also like to point out that this meeting is virtual. I know local politics involve people making appeals for their priorities, pickleball, et cetera, and it's an important part of the process. But at the risk of stating the obvious, people who need emergency housing are unlikely to be able to attend a virtual meeting. Yet you, the elected officials, are meant to represent not just the people making comments, but everybody. Finally, I'm a certified financial planner. The main goal of my work is to help people with their financial concerns. I've come to believe that if you look at people's spending, it will tell you a lot about what they think is important. And I fear if one were to look at the Chapel Hill budget proposal, they might conclude that we don't care that much about the homeless community. And I know that can't possibly be true. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, I think that's all the raised hands we had. I will bring it back. I do think we need to enter in. We had a petition from Maria Palmer about not allowing drive-throughs at U-Place. And I'm not sure I know what the other, I can't remember what the other petition was. Does anyone remember? We had a second petition.
We'll move that we receive and refer them, whatever they are.
Okay, well, we have one from Mr. Parker.
Second.
Wait, before we move on that, we had a petition from Mr. Parker first too. So we'll add all those in together. Oh, CPAC. I'm sorry. Thank you, Amy Harvey. Sorry, Michael. Amy Harvey's reminding us we had a petition from CPAC to change their name. So.
And their scope of work.
Right. Sorry. I should have remembered that one. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead, Michael.
Okie dokie. So good evening. Nice, good to be here. Tonight I'm here to join my colleagues, Camille Berry, Paris Miller-Fouchy, Ty Wynn, and Karen Stegman in presenting what is the first petition under our new petitions policy. So hopefully things will go well with it. And the petition is basically to follow up and fulfill the promise made back in December of 2016 when the council passed a resolution to proceed with the acquisition of the American Legion property. And so this petition calls for really three things. One is making sure that we have the funds to actually develop the property into a first-class park with active and passive recreation by, as was contemplated in the original council resolution, selling a part of the property for some form of commercial development, be it commercial or perhaps some form of housing, using those funds to then invest into the park to make it into a true park, which it is not yet, and as Ms. Gray correctly noted, is very badly needed in that part of town, and then consider using a small piece of the land if it's suitable for affordable housing. So I won't take up a lot of time. That's the petition in a nutshell. It requests that the town staff move forward with planning, building upon planning that's already begun, coming back in the fall to have extensive public engagement and hopefully bring forward a final plan that is actually implementable by the first quarter of 2023. So thank you.
Okay.
I'm happy to receive and refer, but I would like to make a comment for the record, but would you like me to wait until after?
You can make your comment now so we can go ahead. But.
Okay, well, I fully support figuring out the Legion property. I believe we even have the beginnings of that conversation coming in June. I do feel that doing one-off planning is really anathema to the direction that we've been trying to go. I also have questions about the land sale. the fiscal responsibility of selling town-owned property that we don't need the proceeds for at the moment. Also knowing the value of land banking. And I think just generally we're talking about complete communities, infrastructure, housing, et cetera, to support a livable community for everyone. So everything should be on the table. So taking this off to the side, I find confusing, but I'll move to receive and refer.
All right, is there a second to the receive and refer?
Second.
Oh, who did that? Mr. Nguyen, is that you?
No, I think that was Ms. Stegman.
Okay.
Happy birthday second.
Okay. And Ms. Berry, did you have a comment?
Oh, no, I'm not sure why I hit that. It's all good.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. So it was a motion to receive and refer. Roll call vote, please. Ms. Stegman.
Aye.
I'll get you at the end, Adam, after we do the roll call here. Sorry. Ms. Anderson.
Aye.
Ms. Berry.
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen.
Aye.
Ms. Miller-Frichy.
Aye.
Parker.
Aye.
Ms. Ryan.
Aye.
Mr. Searing.
Are we voting on all the petitions or just Councilman Parker?
Just to receive and refer, and you can make a comment after that.
All the petitions, right?
Mhm.
Yes. No.
Okay. The mayor says aye. And so, okay. Mr. Searing, did you have a comment now or? Okay, that's what your question was. Okay, sorry. We have received and referred all the petitions for this evening, and the manager and I will go over that list when we meet on Tuesday. So there we go. Okay, you have some information items in your packet as well. So to encourage you to take a look at those. And then our first item up for discussion is to open the public hearing on the recommended budget for 2022-2023. We welcome Mr. Jones and Ms. Oland with us.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I'm Maurice Jones, Town Manager. It is good to be here tonight with you once again to continue our discussion about the manager's recommended budget for fiscal year 2023 and to hear from our residents during our public hearing. I'm waiting for the PowerPoint to queue up for us. So we lost it.
Sorry, having some technical difficulties.
No worries. There we go. Thank you, Amy. So the total proposed budget is nearly $128 million for all of our funds, with the general fund accounting for roughly $76.5 million. That's an 8.9% increase from the current fiscal year. The proposed property tax was 51.9 cents in the recommended budget. Our current property tax rate is 51.4 cents. That's half a cent difference. That half cent difference is being proposed to go to the transit fund to address increased operational and capital costs there. We'll spend a little more time on that issue in just a few minutes. As for our employees, those are the folks who provide the services that our residents receive on a daily basis. We are proposing a tiered of-market pay increase for next year for them in an effort to continue addressing compression issues in our organization. We are proposing a 4% increase for our employees who've been with us for less than 5 years and a 5% increase for our employees who have 5 or more years of experience with the town. That's a total of $1.9 million on the general fund. And we believe this budget offers several new investments in capital and operational priorities that have been identified by the council. We'll detail those in just a moment as well. So here's a quick breakdown of the general fund budget on the revenue side. You can see that the property taxes provide 47% of our revenue, followed by sales tax, state shared funding, charges for services, and licenses and permits. Our total general fund budget is $76.5 million. On the next slide, we have a few of the new investments that were included in the recommended budget: the pay adjustment for our employees, a reserve fund to help address compression issues within the organization, 4 new positions that were included: grants administrator position, a new position in our DEI or Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion office, a new planning technician position as well, and a compensation analyst in human resources. We have an additional $80,000 in for climate action. That's in addition to the $479,000 that we currently have in this year's budget, for a total of $550,000. We have another $80,000 to add to our annual allocation for affordable housing issues. We offered a 3% escalator for our funding for human services agencies, and we have an extra $100,000 to assist with the Downtown Partnership's efforts to improve the look and feel of our downtown. We are also offering $125,000 in new funding to address bike and pedestrian safety, another $20,000 for the cultural arts, $50,000 for parks maintenance, $200,000 to address the increase we're experiencing through the throughout the organization when it comes to the cost of doing our business. And we have nearly $100,000 to ensure we have the cybersecurity protection that we need in this dangerous cyber world that we find ourselves in. So what have we heard from the town council during the last 2 weeks of discussion? One, that the council would like to support the transit partners' requested budget by adding 0.3 cents to the recommended 0.5 increase for a total of 0.8 cent increase in the property tax rate. So that would help fund the transit partners at the level that they had requested for next year. We've now included the Economic Development Administrative Coordinator position to the revised budget. We are recommending delaying the creation of the compensation position in order to provide some additional dollars for affordable housing and the arts, and we'll talk about that in a moment. We've also heard from council that there is some interest in adjusting the general fund tax rate to meet additional community needs, and we'll need to have more discussion with council over the course of the next couple of weeks to come to some conclusion on that issue. So here are some of the changes to the budget that we are proposing. You'll see the addition of the economic development position and a reduction in the funding for our cost of services increases and the class and comp reserve fund. Since last week, we've added another $38,000 for affordable housing and $20,000 for cultural arts. That brings the total for new funding for affordable housing to $118,000 and a total of $40,000 in new funding for arts and culture. We achieved this by eliminating the compensation analyst position. I also wanted to highlight a couple of sizable requests we've received. As you heard tonight, IFC has asked the regional localities to consider entering into an interlocal agreement to provide a total of $650,000 in new funding. We hope to take up the interlocal agreement discussion with the council soon. However, we don't believe we'll be able to decide on an interlocal agreement before the council breaks for the summer. So we'll have to come back in the fall to continue that discussion along with our partners in Carborough and Orange County. The Partnership to End Homelessness is requesting an additional $273,000 from the town to address some of their identified needs, and we're aiming to have more detailed information for council on that item next week during our work session. Several council members have expressed an interest in what an additional penny on the tax rate would mean for our other investments. A penny would equate to roughly $958,000 in new revenue. Here are a few suggestions that would be above the recommended base budget that you are considering. We'd have additional funding for climate change. You'll see that $150,000 there. If that's added to the $118,000 in new funding for affordable housing, that would officially get the town to the penny on the tax rate to support affordable housing. And we could also add needed firefighter positions, address more of the maintenance issues that we have in parks and recs and our buildings. So these are just some of the items that could be addressed if council decides they'd like to increase the property tax rate to support the general fund. Just a quick look at our enterprise funds. Transit would receive a 13% increase in this budget, housing 11%. Parking is seeing a significant increase as a result of the inclusion of the new East Rosemary Street parking deck, and the stormwater fund will remain the same as it is in this current fiscal year. We have a few more meetings to discuss and decide upon the budget after tonight's public hearing. We have a budget work session on May 25th and June 1st, when we then have the adoption of the budget expected on June 8th. The public can find out all the information related to our budget at our website, townofchapelhill.org/budget. So with that, Amy Olin will take any clarifying questions that you may have before the public hearing.
All right, are there clarifying questions? Mr. Parker and Ms. Anderson?
Yeah, I probably should know the answer to this because we've heard this a few times, but I apologize for not. So is the fund, is the town share of the total SORAD funding built into the budget already, or is that something that has to be added?
That's a good question, and we're working through it right now. So we had the baseline budget of that we had from last year, the $95,000. That is in our budget for next year. The way it's been explained to me, and this is one of the reasons we want to have a discussion with council next week, is that there are some of those SORAD positions that were being paid for with ARPA dollars from the county in previous years. So last year they were paid for by the county. They are now asking the towns to take on more of that. And so we have put we now have $118,000 before you that could go to help support that if council chooses to do that. Or we could look, for other ways to fund that request. But it is my understanding right now, the request does fund current positions in SORAD that were previously being funded by ARPA dollars from Orange. And Ms. Anderson, if I've gotten that wrong, please help me out. But I believe that's what's being requested now, is that a part of that $273,000 will go to fund current positions that are already a part of the partnership. Is that correct?
That was my understanding from the meeting on Monday. I do believe that you've understood what I understood, but I am also happy to be corrected by Nate or others who were there. I was a little surprised, but yes, my understanding is that the county was funding those positions and they no longer wish to fund the full amount.
And we did, as you may recall, we provided some funding for this current fiscal year to pay for a new SORAD position out of the Reimagining Community Safety Recommendations Fund that we had set up. We had $100,000 that we set up for this current fiscal year, and we had dedicated $38,000 to help support that SORAD position because it was envisioned that it was going to be hired in February of this year, that person would come on board, so that would help pay for that position for the rest of this fiscal year. I believe that position was just hired in the last few weeks or so. So we were contributing some level of funding for this current fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Anderson and Ms. Berry.
I just wanted to clarify from the last time we talked about the budget. I don't mean to speak for everybody at all. I was just curious when we talked about the transit, the 0.3 or the 0.5 cents on for the tax increase. I was indicating that I was supporting your recommendation but not the additional 0.5. But I just wanted to make sure that if that's the majority of council's instructions, then I totally understand. I just didn't mean to indicate that. So I was wondering if others were saying that as well.
Well, yeah, and that's a good point. We went back and double checked, and from our account, there were a majority of council members who had indicated that. But that's another reason why we teed it up for conversation this evening. Nothing is official just yet. If council is not in that position, this is a good time for us to hear.
Yeah, I was not counting votes at all. I just was indicating that I didn't mean to say that if I did, but.
I don't think we had you in that count.
Okay.
We will come back and have that discussion after we go through clarifying questions and hear from the public. Ms. Berry, did you have a clarifying question? You had a hand up, but then it went down, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I did. I am curious, Ms. Anderson, when you were at the meeting on Monday, what was the reason that the county gave for not wanting to continue at that amount?
They did not give a reason. The county manager was not present.
Did you ask? Were you able to ask that? That's curious. I'm very curious about that. Did anyone raise that question?
I do believe that folks asked the question.
Is there no one from the county there? Is that what you're saying?
No, the county manager was not present. The county housing director was there. and I'm not sure she felt comfortable answering on behalf of the manager of why she's taken that out of the budget this year. I really feel like I would be speculating if I told
Ms.
you.
Berry, we can send a request to the county manager.
I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we can send a request to have it in time for our work session next week. Okay, I had Ms. Ryan followed by Mr. Searing.
Yeah, when we're talking about the IFC interlocal funding, the county and Chapel Hill and Carrboro were mentioned. Was Hillsborough going to participate as well? Does anybody know?
Hopefully that was the plan.
Yeah, Hillsborough would be included in that.
I want to follow up, if you don't mind, and ask the manager, could we put the topic of the interlocal agreement interest from Chapel Hill on the work session next week?
Absolutely.
Because I do think it sends, whatever we decide can send a signal to the others instead of waiting till the fall. I'd like us to just have a discussion if we're interested in doing this. I know I am. So I want to see us move forward and send that signal that we think it's time to do an interlocal, but I'm not speaking on behalf of all of you. I just think it's time to put that on a discussion topic for the work
I just
session.
wanted to share too that in the meeting on Monday, and this was from one of Hillsborough's council members. She indicated that they are not planning on giving any additional funding due to a water and sewer issue, that they have a big infrastructure issue, so that she indicated that they are not planning on giving additional funding to any sort of housing initiatives this year. But again, I'm relaying something secondhand, so it's definitely important to clarify. But that was the message that I heard on Monday.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Ryan, were you done? Okay, Mr. Searing?
Just a quick question for the manager. So in the additional items to consider funding slide, you listed fire department positions. Could you talk a little bit about the need there?
Yeah, we have a growing need for additional firefighters to help cover shifts. We have some vacancies right now. We're in the process of beginning the work on our next academy for the fire department. But I think if not this year, this upcoming fiscal year, certainly in the near future, we are going to need to add positions. Our calls for services are going up, and I think we need to be responsive to that. And so we can certainly provide some additional information to council about those positions.
Okay, any more clarifying questions? All right, well, this is an opportunity to hear from the public on the proposed budget. I know we've gotten a couple of emails, not a whole lot, but if folks are interested in sharing their comments or questions about the budget, now is a good time to speak up. You can use the raise the hand function or the *9 on your phone, and we welcome to hear from you.
We have a couple of people signed up to speak. Jennifer Gill and Jackie Jenks. The first up.
Welcome.
Thanks. So I'm Jennifer Gill, an IFC staff member. Picture October 2020, about 6 months into the pandemic, Old Town Hall on the corner of Rosemary and Columbia, a space that was provided rent-free to IFC by the town of Chapel Hill. It was a chilly and wet day, and it was the day of IFC's Walk to the Polls event. Most importantly, for me, it's the day I fully understood what IFC is all about. Brand new to IFC's staff, I was conditioned to office work. So I thought surely the Walk to the Polls event would be canceled due to weather. Nope. Instead, an unlikely group of staff, volunteers, and people who accessed IFC services donned rain gear and trickled into the parking lot, working together to stabilize and raise canopies under which we would gather. As IFC's development director, I'm proud to report that from home Start Shelter for Women to CQ Community Housing, private donations have supported 70% of IFC's revenue. Wow. Thank you. Today, we face a 40% increase in homelessness in our county, and 73% of people experiencing homelessness are people of color. IFC is a beacon of hope, a pathway to resources for our neighbors experiencing hard times. On that chilly, wet day in 2020, we did walk to the polls. As a group of us walked down Franklin to vote, a man from another IFC group shouted gleefully to us from Chapel of the Cross, "I just voted for the first time," to which we all clapped and shouted in congratulations. Many of us did not actually know each other, but we were bound by a commitment to uplift one another and empower each other. People find this kind of community at our shelters every day. A gift to IFC is actually a gift to our neighbors who need resources. IFC cannot continue to depend upon private support, 70% of our revenue. We need government to be a true partner to help create equity in our own backyard and to be sure that IFC offers services for the long haul. Please commit.
Thank you, Jennifer. If you have your statement typed up, you might want to email it to us. You froze quite a bit and we'd love to see it and enter it to the record. So if you'd send it to us, that'd be great. Thank you.
Sure will. I'm sorry about that.
No, we're good. We're good. So thank you. Okay.
We're
Welcome.
good.
Jack.
Oh, sorry. Just to say, Jackie Jenks, followed by Stephanie Kilpatrick.
Thank you so much. Hello and happy birthday to Council Member Stegman. It's also my son's birthday. I'm Jackie Jenks from Interfaith Council for Social Service. I'm here, of course, to urge you to consider IFC's request for support to preserve emergency housing at Community House and Home Start. And I'm heartened to hear that folks are excited to talk about it in the fall. And I would like to encourage you to dedicate the funds in this budget and maybe talk about the interlocal agreement part in the fall. I'm called to speak tonight about this and about the urgency of it because the work of these two shelters, the everyday of walking with people through their experiences of homelessness, is life or death work. IFC and our partners have faced the loss of many of our beloved members over the years, and I can vividly see each and every one of their faces still today. People are literally dying outside in our community, yes, in our community and in other communities across the country from the effects of homelessness. They sometimes die in our shelters or in their housing after they do receive their housing because of the extended time living in the outdoors. People should not be living outdoors ever. We go camping, it's cute, and we come home. People should not be living outdoors for an extended period of time. The mortality rate is 2 to 5 times higher for a person experiencing homelessness than for the general population. Living outdoors takes a tremendous toll on our bodies, our minds, and our emotional health. And experiencing homelessness can cause post-traumatic stress disorder, which is a condition commonly known in people who have gone to war. But the effects of PTSD from homelessness are lasting and impacts people's ability to function in their lives as they did before they experienced this trauma. So one of the ways our community can support people in reducing the harm that homelessness causes is to at least provide a space inside for them to stay while they are finding a place of their own, which we know is getting increasingly more difficult in this community. IFC is the sole provider of shelter in Orange County, as you've heard, and we continue to provide shelter every single day of the year. We have done for decades and as we did every single day throughout the pandemic. IFC came to the town, to staff at the town 3 years ago to talk about an interlocal agreement. We came a year ago to talk about an interlocal agreement. We are we requested in writing to you all an interlocal agreement in March. I am asking you to consider the funding in this budget when you are in, to remind you that this budget, our town budget, is a statement of values. IFC values people, and we hope you do too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome.
Thank you. I just wanted to share a personal experience about why I feel like this interlocal agreement to provide shelter is important and also urgent. When I worked at the men's shelter, there was a man, his name is Stephen, who couldn't stay at the shelter. So he started camping in the wooded area just outside the shelter. Because of my position, it was my responsibility to go tell him he couldn't do that because of the rules in the neighborhood. As I was walking away from that interaction, it started to rain. And I was able to get in my car and drive home. And that's what many of us do. We get to go home at the end of the day. But not all of us get to do that. Some people in our community, like Stephen, they don't have a place they can go. They don't have a place to be. That was probably the lowest point in my 10 years of working in the shelter. To stand there and tell a person, you can't be here, there's nowhere for you. It's like I was telling him, we've created this system that doesn't allow for you to have housing. It doesn't allow for you to have shelter. It doesn't even allow for you to be outside. And some of us actually benefit from this system. But luckily, you guys have some influence over that system, at least in our community. To tell another person that there's not a place for them and to make the decision that leads to there not being a place for them, that day that took a piece of my soul. And I can only imagine what it did to his. And I don't want that for any of us in this community. It's not healthy for any of us. It's not just about the people who have to stay outside. It's largely about them, but it's actually about all of us and what's good for all of us. The very least we can do is provide shelter, a place for everybody to go, a place that anybody can go to feel safe and out of the elements. That's why the interlocal agreement is important and timely. So thank you for considering it.
Thank you.
We have two hands raised. Nakima Santos, and I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your first name. Grace Lady Murrow. Sorry. That's bad.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Welcome.
Okay, welcome. Okay, so I want to paint another picture of what homelessness looks like. I personally came through IFC, but my story was a little different. I was a divorced mom leaving an abusive situation. And Orange County has no DV shelters for women like me, period, for women, period. And if it wasn't for IFC, I would have went back to that abusive place. If it wasn't for people like Stephanie and John telling me that I could make it, and I didn't, and despite the obstacles that I was going through, that I was going to be able to get through those obstacles, I would have went back to that abusive situation. So when you put off decisions like this, it's not just the people who you know see outside asking for change. It's regular professionals, people that you look at every day, people that want to escape their abusive situations, but don't have the resources without to get out of those abusive situations. I might not be here to do the things that I do. Like, I do a lot of community initiatives and support a lot of people within the town of Chapel Hill. But if it wasn't for IFC, I wouldn't be here to be able to even speak today. Like, that was a life-saving experience for me. And I'm sure it was a life-saving experience for other women that were in my position. So you know, homelessness is not always just the faces that we imagine, like, you know, that we were always taught about, and, oh, this person did not want to achieve in life and the choices that they made. My choice was to get out of an abusive situation so my children can have a better life, you know? So should people like me be punished with policies that are pushed aside like this? So I just want you to just think about these decisions that we are making as a community, because, you know, you never know when you're going to be on the other side of that, or someone you love or care about is facing with these same hardships, and then they have to struggle. But yeah, that's all I would have to say on that note.
Thank you for sharing your story with us. Thank you. Okay, is that all the raised hands we have? Okay, bring it back to council for comments. We are going to have a work session on this next week as well. So, but welcome your comments this evening. Who wants to start us off? Ms. Berry, followed by Ms. Ryan.
Do you mind if Ms. Ryan goes? I just wanted to make sure that we did address this. I'd like to take another moment, Mayor.
Sure, Ms. Ryan.
Thank you very much. And thanks for everybody who came to speak today. You know, as I mentioned earlier, I'm a little leery of tax increases this time around because we're coming off a budget surplus. We're coming off a very good year on sales tax. I think we've taken that money and made a wise investment in our transit and a wise investment in our people. So I think we've put that to good use. That said, I think we need to find that IFC money and set that aside for this time. I just thank you for everybody who just spoke. It was very, very moving. I'm in favor of the half-cent for transit. That was the initial ask. And then the additional 0.3, I would like to put that towards the IFC money. So thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I need to keep track of people's studies. Put that in there. All right, I have Ms. Berry followed by Ms. Stegman.
Thank you so much. PTSD is a real thing. You never know when it could be you. And you, just as Ms. Santos said, the faces that you imagine are not the ones in the mirror, but they happen to be in my mirror and in my home. And if it had not been for the resources that this town provides, this community as a whole, and the people who live in this community, including a wonderful family who opened their doors to my family, in IFC, who I went to numerous occasions, I would not be here. I would not have this opportunity to talk to you. It is urgent. It is life or death. And sometimes the life is not the physical one, but the spiritual one. And so I do implore my colleagues to fund this now, because there are other lives, there are other faces that we see, but we really don't. You need this. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I forgot who was next. I was drawn in. Ms. Stegman.
Thank you. thank you to Councilmember Berry for sharing her story. And I would just like to add that I also want us to work to put the interlocal agreement in place. I know we'll talk about that next week, so I won't go into detail, but I think that is a critical service that that IFC is the only one providing, and they need our help, and we need to respond. I wanted to also clarify, I know on the slide for the Partnership to End Homelessness ask, it had the 650,000, but that's for the whole ask. Was there do you know the number that they're asking for from us?
I believe it's about $250,000. I'll double check on that, but I think that's what the breakdown was.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And I know we're going to talk more about that too and dig into it, and that it's coming towards, at the last minute. I do think of the different programs in there. SORAD is the most relevant, and most of their work by far is in Chapel Hill and has had a really positive impact on our residents, for our businesses. So I do want us to prioritize at least, and it's also a commitment we made to the RICS steering committee, the RICS committee. And so that's really important, I think, for me. And in terms of the transit, on the transit partners now, and the ask from transit has always been the 0.8. And I think the manager's initial budget had the 5.5, but the ask from transit was 0.8, has always been the need. I'm supportive of that. And I guess I'll leave it at that for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Searing?
Yeah, just a few sort of general comments. I know we're going to be talking about this more. With regard to the tax increase, I made no comments last time about what a tough time this is. We've just heard from IFC, much tougher for some members of our community than others, but overall, with super high inflation, the increase in our sales tax revenues, that I'm very reluctant to do big tax increases. I've thought a lot about looked at the property tax increase in the manager's budget, which was 0.5 cent for transit last time, and I just want to clarify, I definitely support that. With regard to the, there's other stuff with positions and stuff like that. I would like to see, actually, if we're flipping our.
You flipped your mute on, Mr. Searing. Sorry.
Thank you, Manager. So I would like to see if we're looking at positions that we consider the fire department as well. I mean, I think that's a need if we're going to add some positions. And then finally, with this IFC request, which is heartfelt and a need, I'm totally willing to consider it and consider for this budget, but I think we really need, one, a firm numbers on what we're expected to contribute, as well as the other communities are expected to contribute, one, and two, this is a big increase in funding. I would like to know, what the increase is going for, specifically. So, this would be I'm assuming a recurring budget item, which is something I would like to, clarify as well. So those are two things. And then three, I think we definitely have, it's not that much out of our giant budget. So, I would like to explore, are there ways, other places that we can cut so that we can fund this without increasing taxes beyond the 0.5 cent for transit. So those are my comments for tonight.
Okay, Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Gotcha. So first, I am also in support of going to the 0.8 of a penny for transit. That was the request from the partners, and that's what the other partners are also expecting. I don't know if that's the right term. And the SORAD request, I'm still confused on where the money is really coming from, but so far I'm understanding that the RICS money plus some of the affordable housing bucket was going towards SORAD. And I just want to confirm that we're committing to putting those funds towards funding the SORAD positions. I think that's a priority for me. And then, yeah, the IFC request and interlocal agreement, if it's 250,000, would like to confirm that, but that shouldn't be too much of an issue for us to fund. And then I know on the tax increase side, we talked about this last time. Sorry, loud house. On the tax increase, I'd like to see us partner with the county on the fund that they're establishing for those, disproportionately impacted by any tax increase. So that's something I would like to see some coordination on as well.
Okay, Ms. Anderson, followed by Mr. Parker. Oh, sorry, Ms. Nushi, I can't see your hand with the blended background there. So, sorry. Okay, all right. Sorry, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Nushi, then Mr. Parker. There we go.
Yeah, thank you to all who spoke on the IFC issue. I do think it's really important for us to figure this out this budget cycle. I think, as I said earlier, I am in support of the 0.5 cents for transit, and I do think the rest of the increase that's needed could go there. If there are other places that we could find funding, I think that would be great. But if we can't, I think that that the IFC request could also go into the tax increase. I would like us to hopefully by next week, as I was in the meeting on Monday and I feel perplexed a little bit about how we are where we are. I know I did want to share that we are that all the electeds on that board have said we do need to figure out a better system for next year. That doesn't solve this year, but we need to figure out a way that this can come early in the budget cycle. First of all, because it's so important and we want to make it a priority, and we don't want to get stuck at the end trying to figure out where we find funding for our homelessness initiatives. And also just because I think it's not fair to our manager and staff to try and now revamp the budget. We just really need a better system. And I think I'm guessing we would all agree on that. But I think for this year, I definitely feel the IFC interlocal agreement is critical. And in terms of the other SORAD funding, I know we have some that hasn't been utilized yet because of the hiring. I understand there's a lot of kind of different moving pieces. I would like to get more clarity on, as Councilmember Berry asked, why the county is no longer continuing to fund something that they started, that people were hired. People have jobs now. And it doesn't feel good to be put in the position of either finding the funding or people being laid off, especially for really, really critical, important work that they are doing that is successful, that we do need in our community. So I would like to figure out that problem, but I'm not necessarily sure that that is Chapel Hill's problem to solve this budget cycle. I would love the county to come forward and continue to fund that position if that turns out to be what I think the situation is, that they provided the funding for those positions. I do think that there's a lot of important work to do, and I think the town has a lot of roles to play. I think one of them is providing units, and I think we should be asking the county to fund the positions they already hired for, and also for some other things too. And I think the town can really dedicate resources. If we're going to have people serving as housing navigators, they need places to put people. And my understanding is right now they're placing people in Durham, and that shouldn't be acceptable to us either. we need to have units here, and that is something that I think the town can and should be providing, and we should be able to free up those resources and not constantly get put in a last minute crunch of, oh, well, the county doesn't want to fund it, so we have to figure it out. I think we have a lot of our own priorities related to this topic, in fact. So I would like us to figure this out, but I think we all need to play our part.
Ms. Miller-Fushi, followed by Mr. Parker.
Thank you, Mayor. We know that process is important, but I don't want process and bureaucracy to get in the way of ensuring that our community members have access to much needed resources. We know that local government can play a huge role in changing people's lives. And we heard the testimony of community members, as well as our own colleague here this evening on how transformative our decision-making can be on people's lives. When I look at our budget, and our town manager, Maurice, you preface our budget with our spending represents our values. I really want to make sure that we are elevating that and centering that. And so for me, when I look at transit and the ask, the original ask of the 0.8 of a cent increase, I'm in support of that, because transit is essential to our community members, many of whom live in our shelters. That full penny that we've asked for is essential to ensuring that we are getting units of affordable housing and keeping people off the streets when we're seeing a huge increase in rent and costs of living. The work that SORAD does is essential in supporting community members, as well as IFC. So I see all of this very interconnected, and I think it's important that we don't silo it and see it separate. So I'm in support of the increase for transit, as well as the full penny, and really want to see where that SORAD funding is coming from and how we're going to be paying for that. I think it is important that we understand just how important it is for us to be working, as a region, as a county. I know we have our priorities here in Chapel Hill. And if Orange County is unable to fulfill everything and we can step in, we should do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Parker?
Yeah, well, first and foremost, I want to thank the folks who came tonight and shared their experiences, and certainly not the least of which is our colleague, Councilmember Berry, for being as open as she was tonight. And I know that was hard. So I really appreciate, because it's very easy for us to sit here virtually and look at a screen and looking at numbers on a slide and, try to make decisions about it. But these are not numbers on a slide. These are not, digits in a checkbook. These are people's lives that we're talking about. And I think it was certainly important for me to really be reminded of that our priorities and our spending is, at the end of the day, about people we can help, the people who live here, and what we need to do for them when they can't do it for themselves. So I really appreciate the folks who came tonight and were willing to share their experiences with us, because I know how hard that can be. In that regard, I think, we clearly have to find getting back to the SORAD question, if if Councilmember Anderson and Manager Jones are confused, well, I'm like twice as confused. So I would really like to see, at our work session next week, sort of help us navigate through SORAD and IFC, how much is new money from the budget, how much is money that's being carried over from last year's budget, because I know what my priorities are, but I am completely at sea at this point in terms of what's what and where it's coming from. So I would hope that, between looking at our budget and getting whatever clarity we need from the county, we can have a better conversation about it next week. In terms of transit, I don't want to repeat everything that's been said, but I would also point out that because of the way the tax rate was handled last year, transit got zero actually, I lie. Transit got a $50,000 increase last year. And that wasn't enough. And so not only are we trying to meet the needs of transit going forward, but we're trying to do some catch up for the money they didn't get last year. And so while the manager's proposed budget was half a cent, that's certainly not nothing, the partners did request that it be 0.8 cents, and that's not, and that doesn't fully fund transit going for the next couple of years either. So I'm strongly supportive, and as others have said, for example, folks who need to go to our shelters get there using Chapel Hill Transit. So we really need to make sure our transit system is in good shape. We've been able over the past couple of years to expand service in terms of more nighttime service, more weekend service, and we have to, keep that. We're not looking to expand the service, but we're trying to make sure that we can keep it. As you've seen over the past year or more with COVID, we've had to cut routes, we've had to contract routes because we have been short over 30 drivers, and we just need to be competitive in this market, not only with other transit systems, but with FedEx, with UPS and others. So we have real, problems with transit. And I think that, I don't like the idea of trying to sort of pit one important need against another important need. So I hope we can figure out how to make both of our needs whole.
All right, Ms. Berry asked for a brief comment.
Thank you so much. I apologize. I did not get to speak to the other matters with regards to the budget, and I do want to clarify that I do support the 0.8 increase for transit. And if we think about it, those who are sheltered at IFC rely on transit. And I would like to see SORAD funded. I appreciate the elevation of the need for fire staff, the addition of that. And again, I want to also underscore something that Councilmember Miller-Fouché said, which is that we should not allow bureaucracy to get in the way of our being able to serve this community. So I want us to find a way to address the partnership to end homelessness. And also, if we also thinking that the county, being reminded, someone helped me remember that the county had first a grant and then the ARPA funds. And that's why they're probably saying that they cannot do it fully. It would be helpful if the county were to express that. But Town of Chapel Hill is the one that is most served. And I think that we need to rise up and support. Thank you so much.
Ms. Ryan, did you have, we need to get moving along here. So.
Yeah, just a really quick comment. I know that that a lot of the services go to folks in Chapel Hill. I just want to remind everybody, those are also county residents, right? So I think that we, sometimes we see ourselves as a separate thing, and there's county funds and then there's town funds. We also receive services as county residents too. And I think it's important to make sure that the county's stepping up and being responsible where they need to be also.
Thank you for that. I want to share my comments and then we need to move along. I want us to think about what we truly are representing with our values here. And I don't think it's fair to say that we don't represent it, but I don't think we spell it out in ways that others can understand. I truly want to be supportive of an interlocal agreement with the IFC. It's time. They shouldn't have had to bear this by themselves doing this. This is a wonderful entity that helps everyone. And I think we can find a way to make this work. When you try to ask me to balance not monies towards them versus street repaving, I get a little irritated. Street repaving, we've got some major bucks going towards that, millions of dollars, and some other things can wait. I don't think people are dying because the streets are not being repaved. So I think we can look at this balancing. I find it also very difficult to say we had 8.9% increase in revenues this year and we still need to raise taxes, because it does hurt our most vulnerable homeowners and renters and businesses. So I think there's a way to figure out how to do this within the confines of the, we've heard about the increase for transit. I don't like saying what a penny could do. I'd rather say, what do we need to do? And should we add money to do that? Should we add those monies? Because, 20,000 for here and 15,000 for there doesn't make me feel very good about our overall big town budget. So I want us to support IFC. I want us to find the money this budget cycle. We can't wait. There's so much going on because of COVID, because of the economy, because of the war in Ukraine. We need to find that money. And if we have to delay some street repaving or some vehicle replacements, I know some of those expenses can come back later to be more. I do get that. But in the meantime, if people are suffering and that's our value system, is to take care of people, then we need to do that. And so I want to be supportive of figuring out the best way forward. I think the SORAD thing is very confusing. County still has ARPA money that they said that they're going to use towards human services things. I think we have to find out from them what's truly going on. We know this program's effective. We are part of the county and we can figure this out instead of just guessing. This is not a way to do a budget, is to guess what's happening. So the manager and I will communicate with the county leadership and find out what's going on so we can have a better discussion next week about that. So I've heard from the majority of you that you support the 0.8 transit raise, but I think we're and that we want to support IFC. We're going to discuss more of that next week. We want to support SORAD. We're going to discuss that next week. I've heard some other pitches for some stuff, but I think we need to come back and talk about what that really looks like next week in the budget session. We have a lot of other items to get to tonight. And next week, we just have the 2 items on the work session. So I implore you to wait for that, for more of this. But Mr. Manager and Ms. Olin, do you have enough information to go on to get us ready for next week?
We can get started.
Okay, thank you for that. And it is unfair to yank it around at the last minute. We need to do a better job of knowing some of these things up front. So we will figure that out. All right. So I'm sorry, there was a person trying to speak, one of the navigators. There was confusion as to how they were listed there, but I encourage you to come back and talk with us next week or share your comments via writing if you can. That would be great as we move on to our next item. So our next item is item number 3 on the agenda: to close the legislative hearing, consider an application for conditional zoning for 101 East Rosemary Street from Town Center 2, TC2, to Town Center 3 Conditional Zoning District, which would be a TC3-CZD. I got all those letters out without someone. Okay, there we go.
Good evening. I'm Judy Johnson with our planning department, and here with a fairly brief presentation, basically catching up from the public hearing, which was at end of April. So let me quickly go through this. I'm just going to run through the changes and where we are today. So as I said, this is following up from the public hearing, which was in April. Tonight, our recommendation is to consider closing the public hearing and then adopting the resolution of consistency and reasonableness, and then enacting the revised ordinance A. And you should have received, I believe late last night, a revised ordinance. We had added a condition to that. We had missed one of the consent to conditions conditions, and had a correction to the affordable housing condition, which is now number 8. I'm going to go through these quickly, these updates since the public hearing, and some of these I believe the applicant will be providing some additional information. So on the affordable housing, the applicant has offered 10% of the units, with 13 of those at 80% AMI and 2 at 30%. We heard council say at the public hearing you are looking at a 30-year affordability period. That is what is in the ordinance. I believe the applicant would like to have some further discussion with you about that affordability period. We have used or added a lease restriction requiring 22 years of age. The leaseholders would need to reside in the unit, and then asking or annual report from the company to provide verification of the tenants' ages. There was interest of council in moving the cycle center. It's located here. You can see on East Rosemary Street. The applicant has indicated that they are moving that to the Columbia Street frontage. They are asking for a modification to the height. This would be to the setback height. And you can see these sections of the building, these little green areas that are protruding out. That is where they are needing that modification. The height at the setback line is 44 feet with a maximum height of up to 90. And so their building being fairly close to the street setback would be exceeding that height at the corners there. Street activation, I'm just going to say that this was one of the topics. I know the applicant will provide some more response to this. This was one of the topics. And the last was a parking strategy plan. We have this condition in your packet. We do not have, at this point, have not any details of what this will look like. Interested in your thoughts on that, and be happy to work towards having them. That would come in later as part of their final plan project. So prior to issuance of a zoning compliance permit, the town manager would review and approve this plan. Very quickly, it's the property. I should have started with this. My little box is misaligned there, but it's the former PNC Bank and the parking lot adjacent to that. It's 0.64 acres, the northeast corner of Columbia and Rosemary. Rosemary running here. This is adjacent to the 125 Rosemary Street parking garage that the town is involved with. As the mayor has said, they are proposing to rezone to Town Center 3 conditional zoning district, and it's a 7-story building that's being proposed with approximately 150 units, and there would be no parking proposed. No parking is required as in our town center zoning districts. We do not have parking minimums. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions or turn it to Joe Dye with Grubb to pick up the applicant's presentation.
Let's pick up the applicant's presentation and ask clarifying questions at the end.
Thank you, Mayor Heminger and Judy, for your presentation. We will be brief. I know you have a full agenda tonight, and we are not looking for a final vote. I'll start with that. We'll go through a lot of what Judy covered very quickly, and then talk about affordable housing, which we think is important to speak with council about tonight, receive your feedback, and we will go from there. So I will share my screen. So everyone is familiar by now, the properties at the corner of Rosemary and Columbia. It's part of the overall redevelopment of the 100 block of East Rosemary Street. As Judy covered well, one of the core components of the conditional zoning is seeking relief from the setback height. And we reviewed with council previously in the Planning Commission and other advisory boards how this building looks in context with the future hotel, the deck, and then the redevelopment of East Rosemary Street. One thing I pointed out previously, just to keep in mind with respect to that setback request, that was a feature of the deck rezoning. It was a feature of 136 where we updated the zoning for that building to TC3, and also a feature for 150 East Rosemary. So it's consistent, we feel, with some of the other redevelopment going on East Rosemary Street, and frankly necessary to achieve the building as it's currently designed. So what we heard in the last session, again, Judy covered this quite well. There was this Rosemary Street activation, talking about sidewalk widths and the location of the cycle center, the student housing component, and the affordability component. What we heard was, can we stretch to 15%? And we heard a lot of consistent feedback from council that a term of 30 years or longer is what you all are looking for from us. But starting with the street activation, we have revised that to match the condition of across 125. We have some additional width here, but there is a column line that's necessary for the structure of the building, but does accommodate some width to the storefront to create some additional space as you approach the corner of Rosemary and Columbia. And then we've activated this street with a commercial space and the leasing and amenity space that is quite active during the day as part of the function. And then here you see the cycle center running on Columbia Street. That's the revised elevation. So we've simplified those column lines. Here is that street section again, or sidewalk section again, rather. And that additional space between the column and the face of the building. And then here's a similar graphic we showed you last time. That's that 10'8" dimension that is consistent with the 125 deck, and then the 16'4" from curb to face of the building. Judy covered adequately the student strategy. That was recommended that we follow the Amity Station language. So I think we're fairly, if not entirely consistent with that. We were fine with that. Thank you to Judy and staff for working through that with us. And then we come to the affordability strategy. So what we offered, and we know it's an important value for the town, and it was important for us to include it in our original proposal. And what we proposed is Judy also covered was 10% at 80% of AMI or below, 1% of those at 30. That's a total of 15 units with our long-term renter program. So we took to heart what you said about, is there an opportunity to increase that number or increase the term? And we went back to the drawing board in these last few weeks since we met with you last. And we are in a very challenging environment. Just to be perfectly honest with you, we wanted the opportunity to share with you, what does that mean? This project is currently infeasible and unfinanceable, even with zero affordable housing. And why is that? Well, we all know we're in an inflationary environment. The updated numbers we've received when we went back to the drawing board to see what we could do with affordable housing, we have a $9.9 million increase in cost just for construction costs. Our financing costs have increased a little over $7 million for the first 10 years of this project, and financing the affordability just at this property you see on the screen as a $3.4 million cost over that 10-year term that we offered. So if you add those numbers together, that's a little over $20 million of cost burden that's just not sustainable for this project as it is. So what would we propose to do about it? We would like the opportunity to make this project work. We, part of our link strategy, as we've shared with council before, is what we deem essential housing. We try to fit in that space between luxury at the high end and true affordable housing, where we can participate in that, but essential housing is the core of what we do in between luxury and affordable housing. Nationally, as we track those numbers, we think there's a 5 million unit deficit nationwide. We think there's a real need for additional housing units and a real need for housing downtown. We would very much like to be part of bringing some additional units downtown. We do think there is an opportunity to work on affordable housing with some different strategies. So what we respectfully request is that we defer action by council tonight. Would love to hear some feedback and discussion on any of the items that we've talked about. We'd like the opportunity to come back if you all are willing and have room on your CCES agenda. I believe that meeting is June 3rd, to come back with some alternative ideas and strategies around delivering affordable housing as part of this property or project, and something we think can move forward. And then the opportunity to come back to council in one of your meetings in June with the project as a whole, if we can find a way forward. So I'll stop at that and stop sharing, and happy to have answer any questions or any discussion from council. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, clarifying questions. Mr. Searing, you had your hand up earlier.
Yeah, this was more for our staff, but I know the CDC recommended denial of this application, and I've talked to some of them about they were worried about the interactive commercial space down there, and I just wanted to know from our staff, did they have any more thoughts or about that discussion at all?
We have not. I know the applicant has heard that and has been thoughtful about that, and I believe has made some adjustments to the first floor commercial area there.
Yeah, I saw the coffee shop, so I assume that's part of it. So, and I didn't know if there was how those discussions have been going, so I was interested in that.
Mr. Parker, sorry.
Yeah, just a couple things. So one, I mean, it's good that you've moved the cycling, I forget what cycling center, but it still feels like it's really got too much of a prominent place on an intersection on a corner that should really be something else. I mean, I'm sure Adam supports the cycling center, but I also suspect he's not in love with it where it is. And so I'd like to understand what options exist for moving it all the way, to the, the northern face or the northwest corner of the building. That would be one. And the other is, while I know, there are no parking minimums, but I was wondering if you had at this point or would shortly be able to give us some sense of what you view as, let's say, a framework or the key elements of what a parking strategy might look like, because as of right now, we got nothing. And, while I, certainly trust our town staff, I think it would be helpful for the council to at least have a sense of what direction you're going in. And that way, if the council has certain preferences or priorities, we could at least express them to the town manager.
If I may, Mr. Parker, I'll take the first one about the cycling center. We did study other opportunities where that could be placed. One of our challenges is maintaining 150 unit threshold, which is kind of a minimum for us to achieve any kind of operational efficiency. It's small for us. A more efficient community would be 200 or more, really 250 or more units. So putting it further down compromises that number or displaces more than a few units to relocate it. And then there are some other grade and other issues. The second component to that, there's been a lot of discussion about living values. One of our big values in our linked communities is putting cycling on display, as we've explained to you all before, and really making that a key component. We just had the demonstration or video at the beginning of the meeting about Bike Week. We want to be part of that solution and really put it out front. So let's promote that for our residents, want to attract residents who like that lifestyle and want to do it, and promote others to take full advantage of that. So that's a core value for us in conjunction with just the project feasibility component. So that's the why we put the cycle center where it was. It allowed us to maintain the 150 unit threshold, and it's part of our values that we put in all of our linked communities. Second, with respect to parking, it's a fair question. We have had some discussion with staff. Part of that is, trying to mitigate as much as possible the need or need for someone to have a car. And does it all have to be in the Newtown deck? I have talked with staff, including the manager last week, about some higher level thoughts. Does all of that parking have to go into the deck where naturally you think residents would want to park? I think we are comfortable looking at and working with the manager and the staff on being part of the larger parking strategy for downtown. In other words, not all of our parking has to be in the deck as we play into the larger strategy where you have other parking opportunities. So I think part of our deferral request will allow us to further that discussion and have a framework for council to consider. That's not just, hey, we'll talk about it, something that's a little more outlined for your consideration.
You're muted, Mr. Parker.
One last point, I know you've got your model, you have your quote unquote product, the Link Apartments, but you've also talked about, the need for 150. You've talked about, and you basically said that, means you can't move this or do that, that how constrained you are. And have you explored, changing the mix of units, or have you explored changing the size of units so you could perhaps get 150 with a slightly different envelope, or you could move the cycle center and still keep your 150? It just feels like, you've set yourself some limits, and that is then constraining how you and we together might come up with an overall better project.
I promise you, we've studied that intensely. Our product is very efficient in terms of the size of our units. And it is very heavy on studios and one bedrooms, which are the smaller units, in order to achieve that yield. We do have some 2 bedrooms that do serve a function on the mix. These projects have to be successful by providing a mix of unit types that work for these communities, but it is very efficient on size to begin with. And then we have a predominance of studio and 1 beds for exactly that reason.
Okay.
It's a fair question. Thank you for asking.
Ms. Berry.
Thank you. I want to, another council member had raised this, but I also heard from the community as well as the CDC. And I also recall that we discussed the last time you were with us, the desire for more active space as far as retail. And this is not a significant change. And I am curious what the resistance is to that. And also, if you do want to elevate, that's more of a comment, but I given that this is right in the heart of our downtown, I'm curious why there is a resistance to adding to our commerce.
Ms. Berry, that's a tricky question. And I say that in all sincerity. I mean, we have a difficult retail environment downtown today. I know some of the comments we've had from council as well, plan for today and down the road. We have to have a leasing and lobby function for our communities to be successful, which is why we've located it where it is. There are certain functions and functionality we need for these communities to work. Which is, and they are active. We try to make them active. We want people to come in off the street. We want to interact with the community. We have moved the cycle center around the corner and put a retail space, and we have studied how do we make that active. Could it be, a co-working coffee bar type of use that lets that all be open across that frontage, so folks can come in off the street, get a cup of coffee, sit and read a book, work on their computer, whatever it might be. Or if it becomes a tenant that is viable, I say viable, has some interest, and wants a dedicated space, can we be flexible to some degree to provide for that too? What we're talking about is not a ton of space, just the basic frontage limitation of that building. The commercial space you see is, I think, a little over 1,100 square feet, and that leasing lobby space is slightly larger than that, to get what the functions we need inside that space to work.
Ms. Stegman, then Ms. Ryan.
Yeah, just to follow up on Ms. Berry's question, is it possible, a lot of times is kind of like leasing office and stuff are in like a bottom floor or a ground floor. Is there a way to free up that space? But obviously you need those functions, but as you've heard from us before, that's just such important space for us. Is there a way to create another layer to put them in?
I think the honest answer, Ms. Stegman, be easy to say, we'll study that and come back. I mean, the answer is no, because it has to be, we have to have a certain functionality to be able to lease these communities, have that interaction with our residents. And we have Lake Glenwood South as a community we have here in downtown Raleigh that has a similarly situated leasing and lobby right on the corner of West and oh my gosh, I forget the side street, crossing 42nd Street, Oyster Bar, if you're familiar with that area, or downtown here in Raleigh. And it seems to work well. It does not have a commercial space, to be honest. We understand, and it was made very clear that was a strong desire for council. And we understand that need, and we provided for it to the best of our ability while maintaining the critical function of making the community successful.
Ms. Ryan?
Hi, thank you. Is this an opportunity zone project?
It is within the opportunity zone, yes.
Well, so are you taking advantage of those tax credits or your investors, or is that part of your project to participate in that?
It's factored in our numbers, so yes, but it's not enough to overcome $20 million cost.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Anderson?
Yeah, thank you. It feels like some of the struggle just trying to get that activation and then trying to have the really good public realm and street design is partially I guess where the pool is too. I'm just wondering, is it because this isn't a podium structure that the pool couldn't go up higher, or is there a way that could get moved around to create more space?
With the comment we received last time, and in fact, because you invert that location, it just doesn't work for how our communities function and how the daylighting and other elements of how the units would stack vertically through the building would be incredibly difficult, and it's not market. We also have to be competitive with every other community that we compete against, and it would make it difficult to function. This is what we call a 5/2. What that means is there's 2 levels of concrete construction with 5 levels of timber construction on top of it. That's how we arrive at the 7 stories to make the project work on this site. So those first 2 levels are already concrete.
Mm-hmm. Well, I get the reason I'm asking is I'm hearing from folks who are in the industry that are saying that you could move things around if it was a different type of construction. And I'm just wondering, okay, I'll save that for comments, but it does feel like the pool and some other components are making it so it's just not fitting that corner the way I think it needs to.
Mr. Nguyen and Ms. Berry, do you still have your hand up? Mr. Nguyen?
Gotcha. Not to be dense, but could you give me some, okay, let me preface it. So you mentioned that there's like programming in the leasing office space and their activation. And I'm just having a hard trouble like thinking about a steady stream of people just constantly coming in to like lease up the apartments. And you mentioned there was programming involved with that. Could you just give me like an example in some of these other communities you have, like what that activation and what that programming is? Because I might be imagining something very different than what you're describing.
Yeah, I think I neglected to recognize my colleagues. So with me tonight are Whitney St. Charles, who y'all have seen many times before, and Kristen Casper, who is our link developer. So Kristen, I may need to lean on you a little bit here, but we have leasing personnel that are interacting with us on a regular basis, coming to look at units. We have our property management folks that interact. That's where our residents come in and out of the building primarily. There are other places, of course, but their primary coming and going from the building is through that. So there's your mail function, package function, you're leasing a lobby and lounge. That's how we welcome new residents and existing residents. And then it leads them back, of course, into the inside the community where you have the interior corridors and then the vertical elevators that get you to the floor that you live on. And Kristen, I don't know if I missed anything.
No, I think
Other
that's a good
key elements.
summary. Yeah.
So that's when I say program requirements, Ty, we allot certain amounts of space to achieve all those different functions for our linked communities. So that's what we have to fit it inside that box, so to speak. And that's what that purple you see on that floor plan represents.
Gotcha. That makes sense. And then the other question regarding commercial space, I think a few community members brought up something that would fit really good in downtown is something like the Bodega shop, the urban shop they have in downtown Durham. I don't know if you're familiar with that. Has anything along those lines been considered from this?
I think that's a great concept. You know, what we're trying to do is, well, do we have a space where something like that could go? Yeah, I don't have a lease with the Bodega today. So would we pursue that kind of tenant? Absolutely. And we've had some preliminary conversations with some coffee operators that are in Chapel Hill that would have some interest. Is that a full-blown coffee shop, or is it a coffee counter concept where our lobby's open? We have seen interactive lobbies in markets like DC and other places. So we tried to deliver on the having that street Rosemary frontage rather active, and then explore what are the opportunities to truly activate that. If it's a standalone retailer or user that we can get, like your example, or a coffee shop, great. If we need to integrate it with the lobby and do a coffee bar, you know, co-working type concept, there are some different ideas we've seen where we feel like that will help open that to the public and make it more interactive. We just I don't have a perfect answer for that today, but we're trying to create the opportunity for that space to exist based on y'all's feedback.
Okay, we need to move on to public comment, then we'll come back for council comments and continuation of discussion. As you heard, the developer's not asking us to vote tonight, so he's looking for input. So are there members of the public wishing to speak on this item? We encourage you to show us by raising your hand and or using the *9 on your phone. Ms. Stegman will call you in 2 at a time, and we hope you will stay within the 3-minute time limit. Thank you.
We have Martin Johnson.
Welcome.
Yes, terrific. So on behalf of Next, I'm speaking tonight in favor of this project. First, on the affordable housing front, we encourage council to find a way to work with the developer to provide affordable housing or ask for payment in lieu that could be used to support housing elsewhere. While I know that's not standard practice, I think it's important to find a compromise because this project is providing both a substantial quantity of housing, 150 apartments, and advancing the town's climate and economic development goals. Second, I wanted to speak on the proposal to force the developer to produce a parking plan. I worry that this is a backdoor mechanism to bring back parking minimums downtown, and strongly encourage the town council to follow the advice of the planning commission and prohibit the town manager from circumventing the will of the public. In our letter today, we propose language that would ensure that the developer and future residents are not paying for parking spaces they do not need or want. And I think consider the absurdity of forcing a car-free apartment building to come up with a parking plan. It's as if you were hearing an application from someone who wanted to open a vegetarian restaurant, but before you gave them permission to do so, you required them to come up with a plan for patrons who wanted to eat steak. Of course, some people in this building will have cars and they will want to park them. But in the words of Captain Underpants, the town should tell future residents of this building, that's a YP, not an MP. That's your problem, not my problem. People who live downtown at a location with a walk score of 88, less than a half mile away from thousands of jobs and on every major bus line do not need a car. The developer's already proposing car share services. And for those who want to go on a weekend trip, there are several car rental agencies nearby. You can take the bus there. I've done it. Granted, I can foresee challenges caused by the town's unwillingness or inability to appropriately price parking downtown. The Walker study from 2018, as well as the town's report presented earlier this month, tells us that Chapel Hill has adequate parking most of the time and can address the rare times that parking is in excess demand by doing what businesses do when something is scarce, raise the price. Walker tells us that parking garages should always be about 85% full. Let's find the price that accomplishes that. Already the town charges below market rate for its garage parking, $125 per month, while UNC charges up to $196 per month for parking on campus. Our street permit parking rate is far, far lower, just $2 a month. So if the council is serious about combating climate change, supporting economic development, and decreasing the cost of housing, they will approve this project. I didn't speak earlier because I thought this project was so transparently terrific that everyone would praise it and not complain about minor details, while car-dependent suburban neighborhoods continue to be built in every direction. But since that wasn't the case, I will close by asking you to approve this project and to encourage developers to build more car-free projects downtown. A better world is possible if we permit it.
Thank you.
I see Nikema Santos's hand is also raised.
Ms. Santos, I don't know if you're talking, but you're muted.
Can you hear me?
Welcome. Yes.
Okay. So I want to bring a little input because I come from a city that already went through this process that Chapel Hill is going through. And if you do not address parking now, it will be a headache later on. Because we would want that people will come and not say that they won't have a car. But the reality is the transportation infrastructure does not support what he's saying. They did not decide to go with the light rail system, which in my city was very integral in things like this, but parking is still an issue where people would come home and they would have to park 5-6 blocks away from their home. And think about the different people with the different disabilities or different things going on in our community. We can't just brush it off as that's not my problem, that's your problem. Yes, if we're adding on to a problem. See, the issues that we have today were based on the decisions of people in the past created, right? And so if we move with this same type of mentality of not thinking about the future problems, we're just as bad as the people that left this mess for us to deal with today. So we have to think more about decisions like this. It's everybody's just looking at things from a paper, but when you've actually experienced these things on both sides of the equation, your experience speaks a whole nother language, and certain things people are not foreseeing, I've already lived through. And so just please think about these decisions, because yes, parking is a big thing. And the bodega idea is a great idea, which is like a mini mart, but they like serve sandwiches and different things there. So I can see how that could be very convenient for not just the apartments, but for the people in the area. So yeah, that's my input.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Okay, I bring it back to council for your comments. Again, we're not voting and we'll get comments. Okay, sorry. Whoa, we're going to get to everybody. I had Ms. Ryan, followed by Ms. Anderson, by Mr. Searing, and Mr. Nguyen. And I hope I remember all that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mayor. First of all, Joe and everybody on your team, I would really like to thank you guys for investing in Chapel Hill and how much we appreciate your role in helping revitalize that eastern part of Rosemary. But that said, this project is still very much missing the mark for me. It feels like a very suburban project that we're trying to kind of wedge into our downtown site. Specifically, the street activation is not there. I'll pick up on Ms. Barry's question earlier. You know, this is a downtown site, and even if maybe we're not all the way there, someday this is going to be a central street in downtown, and we just need to have, it needs to be retail commercial space down there. A bike place, I know that that's kind of that it's a signature and it's a value, and I appreciate that value, but that's not going to make an active street front. A lobby is not an active street front. In terms of the sidewalks, thanks for providing the more detailed sections on those. When I should have spoken at the last meeting when we were the conversation had cycled away from me, but one of the things that I was disappointed in our parking deck was that the sidewalks there, not in the porch area, but in the more western part of the site, were very, very skimpy. I have friends who are vision disabled with low vision. They have a very hard time walking on narrow streetscapes. If you're somebody with a cane, you cannot walk and pass people on a 5 or 6 foot sidewalk. It's just not possible. So as you showed on the Rosemary Street frontage right now, we've got sections of that sidewalk. If you're passing the tree planting strip and you're passing a pillar, it's a 5.5 foot sidewalk. That's a subdivision with sidewalk. That's not a downtown sidewalk. We're soon going to have 800 people working down the street from this place. It's just inadequate. The amenity space that you're providing for this, like in a suburban development, is very private. I would really, downtown urban space is so limited and so important, it needs to be public. I understand that you need to get light into those apartments, but in New York City, it used to be very common for buildings to be horseshoe buildings, but the horseshoe faced outside so that you had a nice entry plaza and, the upper stories were getting light and air, but you made a public space there instead of a segregated private space. So can you pull up that section that you did across from the town hall down across to the parking deck?
I can. Give me 1 second, please.
Yeah, thank you. And again, thank you for providing sections. They're really, really helpful in understanding.
Is that showing for you? That's right.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah. So I know that you made the statement about how this fits into the surroundings, but I think that this section shows really clearly how much bigger it is than what's going on. I mean, we have a 7-story parking deck next to it. This is 2.5 stories taller than that. The parking deck and the hotel across the street line up really nicely in terms of height and size. And then we've got this just pops right up. So I'm going to disagree with you a little bit on the fact that this is congruent with what's going on. I think it doesn't fit. I think it doesn't match. And that's all I had on that one. If you need to take that down. I think the affordable housing plan is inadequate. That's just a real core value that council holds. So just to summarize, I think tweaks to this project won't fix these issues. There's just things that are not working in its essentials. So I would love to have you do a really big rethink of this project and come back, but I don't think it's working right now. Thank you.
Okay, I had Ms. Anderson, followed by Mr. Searing, followed by Mr. Wynn. Is that right? Did I do that right?
Thank you. I would agree with a lot of Ms. Ryan's comments. I think we need true corner activation. We do need a real sidewalk here. As much as the sidewalk over by the parking deck is not adequate, it's even more important for us to have adequate sidewalk at this corner, just because of how activated it needs to be and how many people are going to be using it. I really appreciated Ms. Santos's comments about the parking strategy. I think we need to take into account the reality of the human psychology and what people will choose to do, not just our aspirations. Both are important, but we've seen that there are unintended consequences with buildings where we don't deal with the parking. Carolina Square, there was folks spanning out into the neighborhoods and into other lots that we were not planning on, and were oftentimes undesirable. And so I think we do need to deal with the parking need without incentivizing more driving, but we do need to be realistic about what that need is going to be. So I think figuring that out is really important. I think generally, this could be a really great project, and I expect that it will be a really great project. I want this project to succeed. I think we need housing downtown. We need more people downtown, and we need more people to be able to live near where they work. And we're getting more work downtown too. So I think just as with the hotel project down there, when when we kind of worked together on it, it got way better, and it really ended up with an excellent, excellent project. And that's what we need on this critical corner downtown, is a project that really works, that really makes sense, that's really activated, and that fits in there. And I do appreciate the values and wanting to have the cycle center be prominent, but that just is not going to work on this corner. So it really does need to be, in my opinion, different, but I really want you to keep working on it. I want to see this project back, and I want to see it be really, really great, because I know we've also seen other great projects from you. So I know that it's possible. I just don't think this one is there yet.
Mr. Searing, then Mr. Nguyen, then Ms. Miller-Fushi.
Yeah, just very quickly, sort of share the other folks here and the CDC's worries about the interactive commercial space. While we were talking though, I was thinking about, is there a way to square the circle on the cycle center? I am not, I would prefer, I'm not wedded to the cycle center either, just because I like the ride. I think there are other businesses that could go there, but I wonder if there's a way that I know your cycle center and your other projects is aimed at storage and kind of projecting that image. But I wonder if there's a way to combine that by partnering with one of our local businesses to provide services, bike services. So some sort of, small retail and repair. And if we partner with one of our local shops, maybe that could be a place that, they expand to and that provide services to the public, in addition to providing the storage facilities and kind of image stuff you're talking about. So that was just an off the wall suggestion, but that might.
It's a great suggestion. That the difficulty we have there, we would love to nothing more than to do that, Mr. Searing. It's, we can't sit here and say we can commit that this will be a bike shop. That's the challenge we have. Are we open to that? 100%. We've seen other examples where it's been a successful feature. One in Charlotte, and I think another one in DC, where it's actually a bike shop and a tap room. It's kind of a mixture of things, but it seems to work. We think that would be great, but I can't tell you it will be that today. That's the challenge.
Good. Well, good to hear. Just as another suggestion. So thanks. That's all.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Nguyen, then Ms. Miller-Fushi, then Mr. Parker.
Yes, thank you. So yeah, I'll echo the sentiments around the sidewalk and the activation. In your description of the functions and activities of the leasing space, it sounded like it was, mainly really geared for, internal focused residents of the thing. And we really want things where the public and these folks can interact and build community. And my question earlier about the bodega, I think ideally I would love to see where the current leasing on the corner is, that be the bodega, and then the coffee space is retained as well. So that whole frontage on Rosemary has kind of that community interacting that we're looking for. And then, the bike thing, I don't know how strongly I feel about it being on a street frontage like that, especially if one of the main functions is storage of the bikes. And then, on the parking thing, I also echo the sentiments about if we're not able to park this, those people are going to find parking elsewhere, and it'll spill into Northside, it'll spill into the historic district, et cetera. So we don't want to create that problem. And I think that was all of the main points. Oh, and the affordable housing, thank you for moving to the 30-year period, but I still think the 80% is still too high. We've been aiming for 60% AMI, especially at the low number of units that we're getting. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Miller-Fushi, then Mr. Parker, then Ms. Berry.
Great, thank you, Mayor. And thank you for your presentation. I'm just going to echo a lot of what my colleagues have said. This project is really on a prominent corner of our downtown, and we just have to get it right. It's so important that we get it right. And right now, it can't just be an apartment building. It really needs to truly be mixed use. And so having that retail commercial space is very, very important. And we want to make sure that it is activated, that it's not just an internal focus, that it has an internal as well as external focus that, you know, brings our community in. We're building community here in our downtown, and we want you to be a part of that. And so really encouraging you to see ways in which you can activate that space. Also with the affordable housing, 30 years is great. You're still missing the mark for me. I respect that you have a brand, you have a value, and one of our town's values is affordable housing. You know, we're in a crisis right now. And so I really want you to really think about that, getting from the 10% to the 15%. I know it's hard, it's difficult, but would love to continue to be in conversation with you all to see how we can get to where we need to be. I know it's hard. Everybody's being hit with all the construction costs, hikes and stuff, but that's a value. So I think that's everything for me. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Parker, then Ms. Berry, then Ms. Stegman.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor points that everybody, you know, my colleagues have already made. I don't think I've heard anything that I disagree with. You know, one thing that struck me, I touched on it earlier, is that, you know, I understand you have your model, you have Link, you have your product, and it just feels like that your loyalty to this product is really keeping you from taking a fresh look at what kind of a building would really work well on this particular corner rather than in various kinds of cities generally. And I think that if you could maybe, I don't want to preach to you, you guys are very successful at what you do, but I think if you could sort of relax your adherence, your loyalty to the model and to the product, but really step back a bit and just say, what kind of a building really fits well in this space? And how do we create a building? And maybe you can't, maybe the numbers will never work and I don't know where we go from there. But it just feels like you're trying to shoehorn a model that's been very successful for you elsewhere, and I congratulate you on that. But it just feels like you're trying to shoehorn a model, both in terms of the operation, in terms of the minimum size, in terms of the design, into a space that just may not be the right space for that particular model. And so if you can sort of expand your thinking a bit and say, you know, and I know you have really great architects and you have great planners, so maybe think a little bit more openly about how do we really create a great building here rather than how do I fit my model in here. And, you know, the other things, you know, I've already said, or, you know, I don't know what the answer is, but we're gonna have to come up with a much better answer for affordable housing, you know, than none. And so, you know, hopefully you'll be able to work through that. And so I'm really looking forward, hopefully, to you coming back with, you know, some interesting, you know, fairly significant changes on June 3rd.
Can I just ask, Mr. Parker, you're the one that told me that downtown, we only require 10%?
Well, the inclusionary zoning ordinance, remember, we do not require, I want to be really clear, we do not require, we do not impose affordable rentals. I want to be really clear about that. But our inclusionary zoning ordinance, which governs for sale housing and includes density bonuses, is 15% in most of the town, but 10% in downtown.
Okay, sorry, and I wasn't aware of that.
Just
thank you for clarifying. I know, but thank you for clarifying. Appreciate that. Ms. Berry.
Thank you. I appreciate that you're not asking us to make a decision tonight, because I would not be able to say I'm in favor of this. I do want to see more commercial here. This is downtown, and it is in a prominent location on a prominent corner, and this should be mixed use. I agree about the cycle center. I get wanting to highlight that and promote it to your residents, to your prospective residents. I really like Councilmember Searing's idea I was thinking of that as well. We have at least one independent bicycle business in the area, and I'm certain more very community minded. Parking, back to what Ms. Santos said, and I really appreciate her participation tonight. And Mr. Martin, there is the ideal that we will go without cars. That is not reality, especially given where we are with transit today and for tomorrow. We will not have the light rail. So we do need to address parking. This is something that we need to work on together. Affordable housing, extremely important to me. We need to figure out a way to make it possible, if not here, somewhere, but it has got to be better than what you are offering. It is not sufficient. I really appreciate the work that you have done in this community. To echo what Councilmember Parker said, it's almost as though this is incompatible, the Link apartments. Perhaps it's not. Perhaps you can reimagine it very much the way that you said in some other communities. There are different flares, and I would love to see a Chapel Hill flare. Thank you.
Ms. Stegman?
I will not repeat what's been said. I think you've heard pretty consistent messages. For the affordable housing, if you could, get to 60% AMI, we're working on redefining affordable rentals as 60% and under. But if you could get there, that would be ideal. But if not, I think there could be some creative things we could think about, whether it's, I don't know exactly, expanding the master leasing program at Glen Lennox, or, some other kind of way that you could contribute to affordable housing, with maybe some units there and something else. I feel like there could be some creative ways to address that, and address our interests. One issue that has not come up that I think is also not quite figured out yet is the age limit. I think the intent of 22 is good, but as we've talked about before, I think we've seen many other times that there's an age requirement on the books, but somehow the buildings fill up with undergrads. So, which I'm not anti-undergrad, love them, but we're just trying for a different mix right now in our housing. And so I think we need more rigor around the requirement, whether it's, not allowing guarantors or, other, I don't know the terminology, others signing the lease or guaranteeing the lease, those kinds of things. We just need a little more detail to figure out how to not just have folks work around it as they have in the past. And I agree on the retail and the commercial. And I was at a place in London that has a bike shop with a bar. I think it's a great idea. Or coffee shop or both, something like that. But anyway, thank you. And I do appreciate all you all do in our community, and agree that we just need to keep trying.
I'll bring my comments. I appreciate my colleagues' comments and thoroughness and thoughtfulness. As you're hearing, we definitely care about our downtown prominent corners. We care about affordable housing. We care about sidewalk width. We care about look and feel. And there's also realities. There's realities of construction. There's realities of what's going on. And so I know this is a difficult place you are in because it is a tight spot and it is downtown. I do think you can work on this and bring us back something that is more to what you're hearing about what would work better for our town versus just a model that you've used other places. We are a little different, and we do have a very small downtown So prominent corners become even more important because we have such a small downtown. I think there's opportunity here. I like the whole idea of turning the building into the horseshoe with maybe the courtyard and not a pool, or however you want to work it out. And then you could have your tap room, bike shop, you know, facing a courtyard, and people could expand out and have more commercial opportunities along that area. I'm not going to repeat all the things that are that other colleagues have said. I did get a message from our attorney that she didn't believe a conditional zoning hearing could have a committee of the whole at our CCS meeting. So we may have, I sent a message about a subcommittee. I just think we're going to need to continue this on to either the 8th or the 15th. And I'm looking at the manager. I think we thought the 15th was a better fit.
Yes, we talked about the 15th as a possibility.
So I need to ask the applicant, is there anything you didn't hear from us that you need to hear before we continue this on? And we'll let you to continue to have discussions with our staff then until then, or on how to figure this out. Is there something else you need to hear from us?
Thank you for all the comments and the thoughtfulness. We are making a sincere effort. We want this to work just as much as you all. And we know that making it work means it works for Chapel Hill. I just want to say one comment about the model. We talk, that's kind of the language we speak in and how we make these communities work. We have built in multiple communities, and ones like a Chapel Hill, downtown Greenville, South Carolina, for example. We built community much like this one. We built in Los Angeles and Denver, in the DC market, in Charlotte, Raleigh, and other places. So, we've done this in a lot of different environments in a lot of different places. It's a challenging site. It doesn't matter if it's Just Like or any other residential builder. They're going to face the same challenges we're facing. So we will take those comments to heart. We will work on it and do the best we can. But we have fiscal realities that make all these projects work, whether it's us or anyone else. So we will go to the drawing board, and we look forward to coming back. And thank you for the feedback and the time.
Okay. Whitney, did you have a comment? Wait.
Oh, sorry.
Whitney had a comment.
I think just the one thing that we were hoping for was the opportunity to continue the discussion about how we do the affordable housing strategy potentially at CCES, so that we can talk through what might be possible in advance of the next council meeting.
I don't know if you heard me. The attorney says that's not allowed, that we can't have a conditional zoning sort of meeting at the CCS meetings. We're going to have to figure out another strategy to have that conversation. Okay. May have to be one-on-ones or small groups. I'm not sure what it would be. It does need to be transparent. So we will figure out something else. So I'm sorry. Mr. Parker, you had a motion.
I move that we continue this public hearing till June 15th.
Second.
The move by Mr. Parker, second by Ms. Berry. Any other comments? All right, roll call vote. Ms. Stegman?
Aye.
Ms. Anderson?
Aye.
Ms. Berry?
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen?
Aye.
Ms. Miller-Fushi?
Aye.
Mr. Parker?
Aye.
Ms. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Searing?
Aye.
And the mayor says aye as well. Thank you. You are continued to June 15th. We appreciate you talking and working with us. There we go. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. So that brings us to item number 4, open the legislative hearing, conditional zoning application for the Gimghoul Castle at 742 Gimghoul Road.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Anya Grun with the Planning Department, and we're here tonight, as you just stated, for the conditional zoning district public hearing for the Gimghoul Castle. So as a reminder, the Gimghoul Castle is located here. It's surrounded by forest land. Directly to the west is the Gimghoul Historic District. To the south is Raleigh Road, and to the east here is the Greenwood neighborhood. I have about 10 slides, and this should take less than 5 minutes. The recommendation before you tonight is to open the legislative hearing, hear public comment, and then continue the hearing to June 15th. Here is where we are in the process. It has been through the advisory boards, and it is now before you as part of the legislative hearing. This is a 2.3 acre site The zoning is currently residential 1 or R1, which doesn't allow for the club use, even though it's existed in the circa 1926 stone castle since it was constructed. And the applicant is proposing office institutional 1 conditional zoning district in order to continue the use of the property as a club for the Order of the Gimgo, as well as add an addition that'll help them continue to make use of the site. Here's the existing conditions. The red outline shows the property boundaries. Access is off of a gravel driveway that extends off of Gimgle Road. Highlighted here in yellow is the existing gravel parking area. And then blue is the historic castle. And you can also see a picture of it on the left. Here's the proposed. Again, the red shows the property lines. There's no change in the proposed access. It'll continue to be off that gravel road. The applicant is not proposing to modify the dimensions of the gravel parking lot. The historic castle stays as is. And then the orange portion highlighted here is their addition, and the area shaded in yellow will be the new terraces and walkway. Sorry, got stuck. Here we go. So they are proposing just a couple of modifications to regulations. There are buffer requirements for a 10-foot type B buffer. However, the applicant is proposing to just maintain the existing forested area around the castle. These buffers do meet the intent of the ordinance in providing a landscape buffer that provides a separation between uses, as well as maintains the castle's sense of privacy. The code also requires that lots of 5 or more parking spaces provide designated parking for motorcycles, mopeds, and bicycles. The applicant is proposing to maintain the existing gravel parking lot, and they're allowing these types of vehicles to share the spaces with cars. They are going to be improving the existing parking area by providing some ADA parking spaces as well as a bike rack. And should they provide the designated parking for these types of vehicles, it would increase their impervious surface, their land disturbance, and it would likely decrease the wooded area around the castle. The project has been in front of the different advisory boards, and they all unanimously recommended approval for the project as proposed. And so again, the recommendation before you tonight is to open the legislative hearing, hear the public comment, and continue the hearing to June 15th. And with that, let me stop sharing my screen and I can answer any questions you have, and the applicant is also here.
Okay, did the applicant have a presentation, or we just want to hear clarifying questions from council?
We have a very brief presentation, and I'm going to make it even more brief. We have some slides to show you if you want to see pictures of the castle from every angle, but otherwise, what happened here is that the Gimgle discovered when they were trying to put in some accessible bathrooms and to make an accessible terrace that they were zoned R1. We want to use the conditional zoning tool to maintain the castle the way it's been, to be able to make these changes which increase its functionality in current times, and want to do that in a way that respects and maintains what's always been there. With a conditional rezoning to do this, you actually protect the castle in a way that it's not currently protected. Under the R1 zone, it could be torn down after 365 days with the HDC, and you could have a residential development coming in. I don't think that's what anybody wants, and what this does is preserves it going forward. So Anya did a nice job of laying out what we're proposing to do, and my team is here to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Council members, any clarifying questions on this item? Okay, anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item? Okay, bring it back to council for comments or motions. Ms. Ryan?
I move that we continue the public hearing.
Second.
The move by Ms. Ryan and second by Mr. Nguyen to continue the public hearing to June 15th, I believe is the date. All right, any comments that haven't been shared that need to be shared? we do appreciate you coming forward. We're sorry the process makes you go through these steps just to add bathrooms, and thank you for working with us. We're looking at that. Okay, so roll call vote then, please. Ms. Stegman.
Aye.
Ms. Anderson. I didn't hear you. What? Yes.
Aye.
Okay, Ms. Berry.
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen.
Aye.
Ms. Miller-Fushi.
Aye.
Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Ms. Ryan.
Aye.
Mr. Searing.
Aye.
The mayor says aye as well. Thank you, Anya. That was a quick presentation, and we appreciate you being here. We'll see you back on the 15th. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to item number 5. Open an evidential hearing for an application for a special use permit modification for Fifth Third Bank at 1800 Fordham Boulevard. Anybody wishing to speak on this item is going to have to be sworn in, as well as the applicant, I believe. Is that correct? Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Harvey, are you doing the swearing in?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not sure who's being sworn in, so.
So I'd ask for all the staff and the applicant team providing evidence for this item to turn on your video and to please affirm that you agree that the evidence that you're about to provide is the truth to the best of your knowledge by saying your name.
Judy Johnson.
Brian Smith.
Dana Baker.
Colleen Wilker.
Anyone else?
I think I was muted before I said Scott Horn. Sorry. Turn my video on, not my mic.
Okay. Ms. Brown, are you being sworn in?
I am here as counsel and don't provide evidence. I serve in the attorney role, so I'm not sworn.
Okay. Anyone else to be sworn in? Okay, when we get to public comment, we can ask for those members to be sworn in at that time. Please proceed.
Good evening. I'm Judy Johnson with our planning department, and I'm going to do a bit of a staff presentation here and spend just a minute talking about this application and actually your next application for the Harris Teeter, which are special use permits. And we've just sat through the 2 conditional zoning. I just wanted to take a quick minute to make sure we share the difference. I mean, for those council members who have been on council for a while, you know, our bread and butter used to be special use permits. That's all we saw. And now we've shifted because of the state law changes to conditional zoning. So that just highlighting a little bit of the difference between the 2. Conditional zoning, you know, is a legislative decision. There's no limit on discussion from council. Stakeholders can provide comment and they can talk to you outside of hearings and not have to be experts. And you have broad discretion to make decisions versus a special use permit, which is a quasi-judicial process. Meaning that there can be no council discussion outside of the public hearing. Speakers who are, I mean, we just heard the oath, providing factual evidence. And then the council is reviewing the evidence to ensure that the ordinance standards and the 4 findings are met. So I just want to make sure that we remember that. And these, paraphrasing the 4 findings, and I mean, you can find the full finding, full language, but this is the nuts and bolts of what those findings are. And so one of your task is to make, would be to make the 4 findings for this project in order to approve it. So this is the special use permit for the Fifth Third Bank. You also will be hearing a special use permit for the Harris Teeter, which will be following this application. So I just wanted to take a quick minute and just kind of make sure we're outlining the difference between those 2 processes. And as I'm going to jump into this project, have a very quick presentation for you. Just this is the existing Hardee's, which is right near Wegmans. You can see by 15501 and Sage Road and Old Durham Road. It's kind of a awkward site, so that's presented some challenges to the design of this. So tonight we're looking to open the evidentiary hearing, and then we would be continuing that hearing to the June 15th meeting. And because this is now, or it is a special use permit and our process has slightly changed, we did do our staff review, and this project has gone to our advisory boards and commissions as a preliminary forum. And you'll notice that in your packet, you do not have recommendations from those boards and commissions. Their recommendations go directly to the applicant, and in that have that conversation there. And then on the process, we are here tonight to open the evidentiary hearing. The property is zoned community commercial. They are proposing a drive-in window, and that's what's basically kicking this to a special use permit. It's certainly below our thresholds for council or for a site plan, but the drive-in window there does require a special use permit. So they're proposing to take down the existing Hardee's there and build a bank with a drive-in teller and an ATM machine. So this is the site proposed, and I'm not going to spend much time talking about the site layout. The applicant is here and certainly can provide much more detail, but I just wanted to point out the 2 points of access for this. So currently, the Hardee's out there does have an access out to the service road. So that's one thing that will be being removed is that service road access. But we will be gaining an access through the Wegmans, as when that was developed, we did ask for a cross-access easement from Wegmans to this property. So they will be completing that access, and then as well as basically the access where it is today for the Hardee's. They are proposing a couple of modifications to regulations, steep slopes. I think we're talking about 1,000 square feet of steep slopes. It's basically the grade cutting down to the, these are not naturally occurring steep slopes. Entrance drive to allow to meet, so they can meet the site distance triangles and not have the wide landscape buffer there. And one of the things that our ordinance does require is a screening of a window, a drive-through. And because of the bank, and I believe the applicant can provide a little bit more detail about this, but concern about safety if that drive-in access is completely screened. And they are also asking to modify their buffers. And because of the unique shape of the property, they really only have 3 buffers. And so the eastern buffer, they would be using the Wegmans, which provided the full buffer there. So basically their modification is just to utilize that existing buffer. And then the 15501 frontage would be somewhat modeling after what we had established with the Wegmans property, and then modifying that buffer along Old Durham Road to be basically reduce plantings. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions. If not, I can turn it to Brian. I believe Brian Smith will be leading that, or maybe it's Leanne. So
we'll ask the applicant to make their presentation, and council can ask clarifying questions.
Thank you and good evening. My name's Leanne Brown, and I am the attorney for Fifth Third Bank in connection with this project. Because this is a special use permit, best practices is to have an attorney representing an applicant, because in the context of a quasi-judicial hearing, the application of the law to the fact and explanations of that to the council is actually the practice of law, as would be objections and other issues. So following the state bar's best guidance, the applicant has me here as an attorney. That being said, my role this evening predominantly is to help marshal our evidence through for you. We have our entire team here, as you heard during the swearing in. Scott Horn is here, who with Fifth Third Bank, he leads management of new branches built in the North Carolina market, and he's the project manager for this project. Dana Baker is here. She is the architect for the project. We have in the event you have questions of them, Derek Ventura, who is our civil engineer, Anika Gilliam, who's our landscape designer. Brian Smith is here, is the applicant, and I'm here in my role as counsel. With that, I'd like to ask Scott Horn to provide his evidence to you about this project.
Thank you, Leanne. As Leanne said, I am the project leader with Fifth Third Bank for the North Carolina market. I also manage the other South Carolina, Georgia, and some other markets as well. This project in particular is part of a larger one that we call Southeast Expansion, where we build our next gen design with either ground up builds or renovating older buildings. We actually started this program in Charlotte, moved into the Triangle area, and now are looking to grow our banking centers in Chapel Hill. We actually have a couple projects in Chapel Hill already, one on Franklin Street and one that we're looking to begin soon at University Place. The physical locations of banks are very important to Fifth Third. It makes the customers feel really secure with a face-to-face walking into our centers and being greeted by our staff. And we love Chapel Hill. It's a really important place for us and North Carolina as a whole. So we're looking forward to getting this Fordham Boulevard job started. And yeah, thank you for hearing us.
Dana Baker, our architect.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Okay, sorry, I'm in a cabin in Tennessee on vacation. So you see a lot of yellow pine. I'm very sorry, but that's all they have here. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you. Can you see it?
Not yet. And I just want to send a reminder to our attendees, please don't send comments via the chat or the question answer. We can't hear from you during an evidentiary hearing unless you were sworn in. So please don't send comments through the chat. I appreciate it. We can see the screen now.
Are you able to see the screen already?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sort of like Judy talked about this site, it is a very unique site in its sense that it is against Old Fordham Boulevard, Old Durham Road, and then their service road. It is a very strange triangular shaped site. And I want to go back to what it looks like presently, which is what the Hardee's is right now. And with that triangular shaped site, Hardee's utilized the access off of Old Durham Road to come in, had their service over to their drive-through to this upper northern portion, had parking to the south, and then went out to the access road, which has become problematic to the city of Chapel Hill because of the traffic flow that comes out onto Old Durham Road and then going out onto Fordham Boulevard. So one of our key functions was to try to mitigate that traffic flow issues that you've had in the past by closing off the service road here. With Wegmans being to our east, there was an opportunity to do the cross easement with them, which then mitigated the need for that special access off to their service road, which we thought was very, very important to us. One of the other things that we looked at as we did this layout was before this is a large amount of surface area of impervious pavement, a lot of traffic, a lot of parking, and a small building about 3,400 square feet. We are looking at a 2,400 square foot bank branch to be placed on this site. So I'm going to jump from this and I'm going to go back to this, which is just the colored aerial Google shot of that, where you see all the black and gray is the parking, the service road that has the ride out only, and then Old Durham Road. This was before Wegmans was built, but the cross access was here. So I want to go through a couple slides with you on this. This is what we're proposing on that same site. The goal of this, like we said, was to close off the service road. We are maintaining the access point where it is existing right now to where Wegmans is, or Wegmans are in Hardee's Road. Wegmans is here, Hardee's is here, and we had the cross access. We're trying to maintain our parking in a very tight location and create our drive-through on this back side with an access out of the back of that, wrap around the building and come back out either through the cross access or down. The reason for that is what we talked about is that the main focus on this is we want banks to be very safe feeling, not only for the customers that are there or for people that want to go there, so that if you're driving by here and you come into here, if there's an event that people will see something happening and speak up. As people are doing financial institution things, they want to know that they're comfortable doing that. So Fifth Third's criteria is that their banks are as open and airy as possible, not only on the face of the building, but also as you get around the buildings, that people feel safe going to them. So one of the criteria that the zoning ordinance have, though, is that the drive-throughs are supposed to be screened, which is counterproductive to the bank function. So that's why we turned and oriented the building, the front doors here, and we put on the back side, knowing that this is Peninsula site, that's where we have screened the drive-through from the main surface or the roads, but also it still allows you to see it from the street. So I just want to go through a couple of these. So presently, this is what the site looks like when you come off of Fordham Boulevard, Service Road here. Behind all these evergreens, that red line back there is the present Hardee's that you have right now. This is what we would like to do to that corner. We want to open that corner open, make it more lawn and landscaping, meeting the buffer's needs, as well as creating a nice open and airy property. Down Old Durham Road again, and then what you would see in the future. Hardee's again, back to a bank branch. And as you see, the buffer zones here, which we are requesting a modification to, and in fact, is because of the need to get the access with the angles to come in and out of the drive aisles. This buffer zone is mirroring what is down in front of Wegmans right now. The same, the B's, the C's, on both the south and the northern portion. As we come to the entrance that is Hardee's right now, our entrance would be the same thing. And here you see that drive-through back here, parking to your side this way, parking on this side, and then the cross easement access right there. The Wegmans access point, ours next to it, and sharing that buffer zone in between us. So we're using the back side of this peninsula as our drive-through buffer to try to screen that as much as possible. This is on the Fordham Boulevard side, the service road right here. There's that access that goes up to Wegmans, right? Or not Wegmans, but Hardee's right now that we want to close. The service road to here. We're creating a path to allow pedestrians and bicycles to come up onto the property and come across. And then the buffer is also down that side is the proposed. So what I want to introduce to you here is sort of your plan from what you're doing in the future to this blue dashed line here is your bicycle and your pedestrian pathway that you want to do in the next couple of years down the service road. We're trying to help you do that by closing off that access point, creating a path to that sidewalk, and then finishing off the sidewalk around the perimeter of the building. Presently, that sidewalk stops here at the corner. We want to continue to take it back. We also want to make it so that it's an easily walkable surface back into Wegmans, which it presently isn't. This yellow piece is not there right now. They stopped right here, but that's an opportunity to allow that to happen, which would allow people to come from the residential areas to the south and the residential areas up above to create a very, very easily walkable or bikeable surface. Or if you're in your car and you've gone to the grocery, that you're easily able to get over right through here to the bank branch. This section up here on the top sort of gives you a look at what that would feel like. The bank, the buffer zones of the trees and the bushes, the Old Durham Road side. As you come down, the hill slopes down, some existing mature trees. Here's your service road with your bike path in future. And then there's a barrier of trees that are presently out between Fordham and the service road. And then this is Fordham Boulevard out here. So the theory behind this is that we're trying to give you the most, let me get back to that first shot. Opening up this corridor as much as possible for you to allow you to have a green space that's more inviting than the areas presently that is very sort of, I call it bunker-esque feeling, and not opening up that gateway to your path of that service boulevard. Part of the things that we think is from the facts of our finding of facts is the health, safety, and welfare on this. The traffic flow that presently sits in Hardee's, we, by the time with their hours of operation, we are 59% less traffic on that site because of hours of operation. which would allows us to not have to go in for a traffic impact analysis on this because of such a low flow. We're reducing the impervious surfaces by, I think it's 30% from what the existing Hardee's is right now, and introducing all this landscape to you. The continuous sidewalk that's going to wrap the property that hooks up into where Wegmans is. And mechanical systems from that standpoint is going to be super energy efficient. We're also not going to be expelling any kind of exhaust that would typically happen in a restaurant through exhaust fans. So we did, Judy brought up that we needed a couple modifications. Let me go back to the site plan real quick. One of those is the slope that's over here that they created a sort of a quasi retaining wall here to allow that drive through to exit out. We need to modify that a little bit to allow us to get the sidewalk down and is also to get our drive through past here on that one side. That slope here was man-made in the beginning. It wasn't a natural slope in the first place. That was designed when Hardee's went back in the 1980s. Other ones that we needed were the modifications to the buffers along the south side, the east side and the north side. East side, we were going to be sharing the one that Wegmans have put into here since we're sort of back-to-back parking to parking. The ones on the south, we were modifying it per the request of the advisory board and the traffic people to give us the angles of viewing as you pulled in and out of the drive aisle. And then on the north side, again, it was adjusted in order for us to be able to get our pass-through drive lane to come and loop us around again from that standpoint. Excuse me. Let's see, the screening that we spoke about on the drive-through, the best we wanted to do here because of security was to tuck it back behind the building. You typically have a 4-foot one here, but that really makes it more of a hindrance to allow people to view into the drive-through area, as well as a circulation problem on that. So we're asking for a modification on that component also. And I guess I just want to touch points on your comprehensive plan of creating a space or place for everyone. We think this is introducing that by allowing more and more people to transition around the space, be either a car, bicycle, or walking. We think it's going to bring a little bit more sense of community to you, in a sense that it's more open and airy feeling than sort of the fortress-like feel of what Hardee's is right now. From that standpoint, we're producing the facility to be able to work around the sites as well as the neighborhoods. And we think that a bank in this area would not only support the neighboring communities, but also allow it to grow by being supportive of new businesses, as well as people that live in the area, as well as new employees into the banking industry within Fifth Third. So. Does anybody have any questions?
If you can bring us back to full screen, please. Council members, any clarifying questions? Ms. Ryan?
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. I just want to check that you have 2 drive-through lanes, one for a teller and one for an ATM?
Yes, ma'am. It's not a drive-through window per se, it's a VAT tube system.
Okay, so how many actually, if all the lanes were full, how many cars would be there in a row?
In a row?
Right, across. So you have one person at the vacuum tube, one person at the ATM.
At the ATM. Yeah.
Okay, so just the 2.
It's just the 2 lanes, yes.
Great. And could you point out which mature trees you're planning to take out?
Oh yeah, let me share my screen again. I'm sorry.
So, yeah, no, sorry. Zoom should have a partial sharing feature.
There are a series of 4 here right now. We would have to take out 2, but we replace those with other buffers right here. And that's because of how that road comes through, and we have to push it this way a little bit farther. So it would be right in here.
And would the replacements, I know you've asked for a buffer modification, would those be lower plants or would they eventually be mature trees as well?
They would be mature trees, but they wouldn't be the mature trees that have been there probably for 80 years.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Berry?
Thank you. I am curious about lighting on this area. Where would there be lighting? Because it can get dark there. And if you're going to have the sidewalk, which promotes people to walk there, I live very close to this intersection, and I'm just curious how you will complement the existing lighting in there.
Well, around the bank itself, they're very strict of what foot candle levels they want. And so we did put that into the package. They like high light levels because they want to make sure people feel safe at all times. ATMs are open 24 hours a day, so people would be, traveling to there, as well as there's a night drop box on the side of the building at the Vatsub lane for people that have a local business to drop in. So there would be light poles around here that would glow to allow that to go around the parking and the building areas.
Okay, so none out to the street, none out to the sidewalk. I'll take a drive by there. I should have, but I wasn't thinking about lighting. I know that there is a bank or a former bank not far from this intersection, and I do walk that, and near the bank is lit, but the sidewalk that's near it is not. So that's just something that it may not be your responsibility, but that is something that will, if we're fostering mobility here, I also want to make sure it's safe.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Miller-Fishy.
Yeah, I just needed a little clarity around the yellow section that you were talking about that would connect with the walking path. You all would be incurring that cost there. Is that what you're saying?
Here, let me change to that last slide. This one right here. This is on Wegmans property right now.
Okay.
Yellow dash line. They've got a sidewalk that goes out here to here. When they made their development, they did not take a crosswalk over to their sidewalk, the public right-of-way sidewalk. That's an opportunity that we think that we might be able to talk to some people and say, hey, would you want to stripe something like this to allow somebody that's on the sidewalk to walk up this way to the front door of Wegmans?
Okay, so you still need to be in the negotiations of being able to add that extension.
Yes, ma'am. We're adding the extension that comes from the corner of Old Durham Road along Fordham Boulevard that connects up to that. That's missing. There's not a piece of sidewalk over to here.
Great, thank you.
Council members, I can't see all of you, so just if anyone has a question, I'll go ahead and ask a couple while you have that map up. So in this, your proposal that you're not accessing the service road means that no one should be coming that far down on the service road at that point in time?
From a vehicular standpoint?
Yes, from a vehicular standpoint. I see Judy Johnson shaking her head, so that's good. And I just wanted to, I know that at some point we want to convert it over to a bike path, but there are cars that come out of Hardee's that come to that weird, as I call it, messy 5.
Hardee's, there's the access point here at Wegmans. We're removing ours so we won't be the ones feeding that line, right? Okay. Giving you the first step in your bike path and your pedestrian path down that way.
Okay, and how would you expect pedestrians to get from across over where the Lowe's Plaza is, across 15501 and up to your sidewalk? Is there a designated pathway? Is there, I mean, I know we've been working on that intersection right now. There's a right lane and they're trying to work on the crossing between across Sage Road over there, but
over into Sage.
Yes.
I don't know that answer to that. We talked about even when I talked to staff about the crossing over here that takes you that connects over to the west side across Old Durham Road. And I said, are you looking at a bridge or are you looking? He goes, no, it would probably be just a crosswalk here. Yeah. I don't know what the plan of the city is on that component. I just know that he said that was going to be continuous on that.
But there wouldn't be any impediment to joining up to your sidewalk when we get there. It's level. You're not talking about raising up any height or anything like that.
No.
Okay, great. And you're not talking about disturbing any of the myrtles on the corner there, the mature myrtles?
No, the mature murals that are like right in here, I think, aren't they?
Yeah, that's all four corners have them. I drove by.
Yeah,
them.
it's like here, 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 here.
Yeah, yeah.
No, that's the myrtles right here.
Okay. All right.
And here's the service road and Fordham Boulevard. So here's sort of your buffer in between, and then we come up the hill to the bank.
Okay. All right. All right. This is open. I'm not sure how to say it. Is it for public comment for people who are sworn in to give evidence? Is there anyone from the public wishing to be sworn in to give evidence at this hearing? Ms. Santos, she'll need to be sworn in. You want to bring her over, and Ms. Harvey can swear her in.
Okay.
Ms. Santos,
You'll have to, yeah, sworn in.
do you affirm that the evidence that you're about to provide is the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, I affirm. Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so the question I have is, when is this proposed development? Like, when will they start construction if this is approved? When was the proposed development?
Do you have other questions? Because the applicant can answer once you're finished, but you have your 3 minutes.
Okay, yeah, because the reason why I was asking that question is because there's a lot of development already going on in the area. And that intersection, if there's a lot of construction going on, I'm just wondering, what is it already going to do to the heavy traffic that is already being diverted because of the building that's going on along Old Durham Road and things of that. So that's what my comment was in reference to, as far as the construction aspects of it, things. And the other things, you know, being that it is, you know, a bank and everything like that, there's not going to be that much traffic, but I'm just concerned about the development aspect of it and how is that going to affect the already crazy situation that we have with traffic in this area.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? All right, we'll bring it back to council. I don't know if the applicant wants to answer that question before the council comments.
Brian, do you want to speak on that?
Brian, sworn in.
Yeah, I was sworn in.
Okay, if you would answer, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah. So I guess really as soon as, you know, first things first is to get through the special use permit process, and then we'll have construction permit process to go through. So hopefully I would anticipate construction starting probably the first of next year. Maybe the end of this year would be the goal. And, you know, we should be relatively contained onto our site with, you know, minimal impact to the surrounding streets, other than closing off the entrance to Service Road, the construction it takes to that, and then modifying the Durham Road entrance to accommodate our site. But, you know, impact to the public on those streets shall be minimal.
Thank you. Ms. Ryan?
Hi, thank you very much. Thank you for a clear presentation. Just a couple of comments. I'm really happy to see you reducing the impervious surface on the site. That is terrific and greatly appreciated. Just in North Carolina, an open patch of grass like that just becomes a sunny, hot wasteland. I know that you have safety concerns and you want visibility, but I think that would be a great site for putting some trees. They're not, you have the right trees in there they're not incompatible with safety. They don't have to be right next to the building, and you can still keep view sheds, but I think I'd really, you know, as long as you're going part of the way to really kind of reclaiming the space, it would be great. That there's just acres of paving all over that part of town. And you could do a little bit to mitigate heat island effects and other climate effects by doing that. I would love to see if there's any way you can keep those mature trees that are near your drive lane. I don't know if you have any room to move, but I do have interest, especially, I hear you about why you don't want to screen the drive-throughs. And I think the way you've cited the building facing the Wegmans, I don't have a lot of heartburn about that, but I still would like to have some more buffer screening along the road. If you're going to give up that the drive-through screening. So I think if we can do a little bit better than that, I think there's ways to get plantings that are not incompatible with keeping the site safe for your users. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? I'll just echo Ms. Ryan's comments then, and we will need a motion to continue the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Sorry, I didn't see who did it. I was looking at my.
Aren't we
So
well
moved.
trained? Second.
Let's go again. Was that Ms. Ryan or was it Ms. Kara and Karen? Okay, so Ms. Ryan moved, Ms. Stegman seconded to continue the SUP evidentiary hearing to June 15th. Is that correct? Okay.
18th.
No, the 18th is a Saturday. It was.
Yeah, let's not do it then. 15th works better.
15th, we got it.
All right. So I'll need a roll call vote, please. Ms. Stegman.
Aye.
Ms. Anderson.
Aye.
Ms. Berry.
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen, where'd you go?
Aye.
Okay. Ms. Miller-Frichy.
Aye.
Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Ms. Ryan.
Aye.
Mr. Searing.
Aye.
And the mayor says aye as well. Thank you for your presentation. Enjoy the Tennessee mountains or wherever you are, Ms. Baker, and we appreciate you joining us. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you back on June 15th, not 18th.
See you in June.
All right, item number 6, open the evidentiary hearing, special use permit modification, Harris Teeter Fuel Center at 1800 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard.
And I believe we need to be sworn in for this one as well.
We do. So Ms. Harvey, can you swear in everyone who's going to be speaking on this one?
Sure. Again, for all the staff and the applicant team providing evidence for this item, turn on your video and please affirm that you agree that the evidence that you're about to provide is the truth to the best of your knowledge by saying your name.
Anya Gran.
Megan Fitzsimmons.
Justin Besser.
Garrett Marvetts.
Colleen Wilger. Judy Johnson.
Is that everyone? Okay.
All right. Good evening again, Mayor and Council. I'm Anya Gran with the Planning Department. I have 13 slides and this presentation should take no more than 5 minutes. As a reminder, this is for the special use permit modification for the Harris Teeter. The orange shows the town's boundary. The yellow highlights the site that we're discussing, which is adjacent to Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and US 40. Judy had run through these slides earlier today, and this is just a reminder that this is a quasi-judicial process, and so we need to make sure that everybody's under oath and providing factual evidence. As Judy had mentioned, in order to approve the application, the council would need to determine that the application meets the 4 findings that are outlined here as well as in your staff report. Here's where we are in the process. As previously noted, 160D did modify our process a bit, and so the advisory boards and commissions have provided their comments directly to the applicant as part of their preliminary forum. These were not shared with the town council, but we are before you here tonight for an evidentiary hearing. So the recommendation before you tonight is to open the evidentiary hearing, receive the evidence, and then continue the hearing to June 15th. Just very quickly, there is an existing master land use plan or MLUP that encumbers the entire Chapel Hill North property. And this MLUP provides regulations on floor area, uses, and in some cases specifies standards for specific uses. The SUP modification tonight is for specific uses within the larger development, specifically the pharmacy, drive-in, and gas station. It is a approximately a 5-acre site. One of the goals here is to extend the existing special use permit to this out parcel that is shaded here with the red outline and stripes. They are proposing to add an addition to the grocery store that would also facilitate the pharmacy drive-in. And then they are proposing on this new parcel or where the SUP will be extended, a new fuel center with 7 fuel pumps as well as a kiosk, and then there'll be additional drive aisles and parking. Here's the existing conditions as seen on the aerial photograph. The red shows the existing parcel that's encumbered by the SUP. This red outline shows the new triangle parcel that will be encumbered by the SUP. The yellow shows the existing buildings, and then the blue is the stormwater pond. Here's the proposed conditions. So again, the red outline shows the existing property boundaries. The yellow is the existing Harris Teeter grocery store. Highlighted here in yellow would be the addition that they're putting on the north side. There would also be a kiosk over on the west side for the gas station. And then in green is new parking and drive aisles. Okay. And then the proposed modifications to the existing special use permit are to extend that SUP to encumber the fuel center parcel, modify the SUP to allow for the pharmacy drive-in on the north end of the building, and then the mobility plan, which is a component of Chapel Hill 2020, calls for raised bike lanes on Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Staff has requested raised bike facilities. However, the applicant has declined to provide these. And so we ask that the council determine whether the site plan generally conforms with the comp plan without the raised bicycle lanes. The applicant is also proposing a modification to the buffer. The 1991 SUP calls for a 100-foot type E buffer along I-40, and the applicant is proposing a 30-foot type D buffer to accommodate the building expansion. They're also requesting that the buffer incorporate breaks in the landscaping to provide views into the shopping center. So again, the recommendation before you tonight is to open the evidentiary hearing, receive evidence, and continue the hearing to June 15th. And with that, I will try to stop sharing my screen and I can answer any questions, but the applicant's also here with a presentation.
Let's let the applicant make a presentation, then we can ask questions. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Appreciate you guys having us tonight. I know it's getting late, so we want to keep this as brief as possible, just to kind of open it up for any questions and happy to talk through. I'm Megan Fitzsimmons. I'm with Kimley Horn. We're the civil engineering consultants on this project. With me are Justin Besser and Steve Blakely, who are also with Kimley Horn, and then Garrett Marvetts, who's also on the phone with us, who is representing Harris Teeter. So happy to answer any questions that you guys may have. The one thing I do want to speak to for a really quick presentation is just to the bike lane that Anya mentioned. I know she kind of talked through the majority of the site and the project as a whole, so don't want to duplicate information. But just in regards to the bike lane itself, that was an item we discussed a bunch with staff as we were working through the TRC and comments in coming to council tonight, and had gone back and forth on what was needed and just general cross sections of what that bike lane needed to look like, or whether it was going to be a dedication of the site or an easement, et cetera. And what we are proposing is a 30-foot dedication of an easement along the site along MLK, which our client has been able to negotiate with the property owner to dedicate that 30 feet in order to provide future space for a 12-foot multi-use path that the town had requested. So just wanted to make sure you guys had that history and kind of information as we worked through it with the planning staff, but otherwise happy to answer any other questions that you might have. And again, we've got the team here as well to help work through that.
Thank you. Council members, are there clarifying questions? Mr. Parker?
Just a couple. So for the applicant, how close is the new gas station to the existing gas station in that lot, in that area?
I can get you a better dimension. I don't have one off the top of my head, but if you don't mind giving me just a few minutes, I can pull something up.
Okay, and then while you're doing that, could one of you speak about how the tanks will be placed and what safeguards are in place to make sure that no fuel, no gasoline or other, similar substances, leak into the ground nearby or anything like that? And then how close is this to the pond, and do we have any information about where groundwater on this site flows to?
Happy to answer those. So in regards to the tanks and how they're placed, we do go through a full state permit for the reviews of the state. So they are permitted through NCDEQ and have basically all of the mechanisms that you can expect the state to require for any kind of safety measures. Obviously, those tanks are, engineered to date a lot more safe than they used to be how many years ago. And so we've got emergency stop buttons. Garrett, you can speak to this probably as well as I can. I'm not the engineer of those tanks specifically, but they go through all the checks and safety measures that the state's going to require to make sure they're in place and safe and will not leak.
Certainly, and Megan alluded to those government checks that are in place there, but I would note that the technology has really come a long way since that other fuel center or gas station down on the other end of the property had been developed. A lot of times you see those with steel tanks that are kind of subject to leaking occasionally. But what we're offering is this double wall fiberglass underground storage tanks that are electronically monitored to make sure that, in the event that there is some sort of leakage or just mathematical off, something that's off from what is known to be the known quantity of fuel in the tank to versus, what's been dispensed, then we can certainly remotely monitor that as well. So we can detect leaks very quickly from the tanks. I will say it's almost unlikely if, I'd be surprised to even have something like that occur. Usually a spill would come from the dispenser where customers interacting with the facility. And in those, we do have stopgap safety measures across the board as well. The hoses are designed to be, to release via, magnets that will shut off fuel dispensing if somebody were to drive off with them. If somebody were to run into a dispenser, there's shut off valves underneath. Even if the dispenser's rocked, it will shut off fueling as well. So there's quite a few safety measures that are put in place there that would quickly detect anything that would go awry.
And then to answer a couple of your other questions, the fuel station would be about 950 feet from the gas station and about 700 to 750 feet from the existing stormwater pond. And most of the stormwater is flowing towards the Harris Teeter grocery store. The low points generally on site are at inlets right in front of the grocery store, and they almost wrap basically around the grocery store on either side to release into that stormwater BMP that's existing.
And is there any risk of, when people pump gas and it gets onto the pavement when it drips, would stormwater carry that into the stormwater pond?
So there's emergency spill kits at each of these sites, just in case there are large spills from the gas station or from the pumps.
Day to day, when people, are not so careful pumping the gas or it overflows.
Yeah, otherwise that will get into the stormwater as it runs off the site.
Okay, thank you. And so how much impervious surface are you adding, and how is the stormwater then going to be managed?
So let me get you a more specific number on the impervious area being added to this one. Apologies, give me just a second to have that pulled up.
That's okay. While you're doing that, I have a question for staff. So just to refresh my memory, Ms. Gran, could you tell us if the bike plan or the mobility plan was incorporated into the town's comprehensive plan? That they are part of the comprehensive plan, are they not?
I believe it is, yes.
Great, thank you.
And Michael, to answer your question, so in 1.61 acres of impervious area is proposed to be added. And what we are proposing for the site is an additional underground BMP to treat and detain that additional stormwater that's being added to the site. So we're actually going to have 2 underground BMPs, one to detain water and then one downstream that's going to additionally detain and provide a sand filter to provide water quality for that additional impervious area.
Okay, thank you.
Any other clarifying questions from council? Okay, anyone from the public wishing to give evidence in this hearing, you need to be sworn in. Is there anyone there wishing to do so?
No.
Okay, I'll bring it back to council then for comments. Mr. Searing.
I just don't see the, I see the need for the, I respect the need for the expansion, but I really don't see the need for a second gas station in that area. It seems redundant. There's a lot of traffic there already. We'll lose a lot of the tree cover, so I don't really, see that as a great part of this project. It's my initial thoughts.
Others, Ms. Ryan?
Yeah, I share concerns about how much tree cover we're losing into the regulated buffers. And also in terms of cutting down trees to create a view shed to the highway, that part of the highway is treed on both sides thickly the whole way through. So I don't think it's in the town's interest to be opening that up to a view of a gas station and a grocery store. It would not be consistent with the current landscape there.
Ms. Berry?
I want to echo that I also do not see the need for a second gas station so close and with others not far away. Harris Teeter has a proprietary, I don't know if I'm using that correctly, but Harris Teeter has a requirement where there can be no other pharmacies in that area. And I can see, well, I'm just saying that I'm not sure that we need a competing gas station there. Thank you.
Others? Ms. Anderson and Ms. Miller-Freshee?
Yeah, thank you. I agree with the comments about the tree buffer. I also, I guess I'm not understanding why the bike lane or the path can't be created as part of this project, or why that's being asked as a why there's a requested variance on that.
Okay, Ms. Miller-Freshee?
Yeah, I have to echo my colleagues. I understand the expansion. I'm happy to see the drive-through come through because, during COVID times, folks needing to pick up prescriptions, that being an option for community members who I've seen personally preventing them from having to go into the store to get their prescriptions. So I can see that, but the extra gas station, I don't agree with that either for the reasons that my colleagues have just pointed out.
Okay. We hear from Ms. Stegman, Mr. Wynn, and Mr. Parker.
I agree.
With your colleagues, or agree with?
With my colleagues.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, put me on that train.
Okay. Mr. Parker?
Yeah, I both for environmental as well as economic reasons. I mean, we have basically, as a country, passed peak gasoline usage. It just seems like, I mean, again, it's not my money, but I struggle to even understand why anybody would want to build a gas station anywhere in this day and age. But yeah, it just makes no sense to me.
Okay, I'll finish up with my comments and say that I'm in agreement with my colleagues. I really do not want to decrease the buffer along I-40. That provides a lot of sound barrier, particulate matter, and with I-40 being widened, I think it's particularly important. We like our green appeal, we like our trees. I don't want to increase impervious surface by that much. I don't see the need for another gas station right in there. It's already a really busy parking area already, so having difficulty with that. So, all right. Did the applicant not hear? Does the applicant have any questions of things they didn't hear from us, or should we move?
If I may, can I respond to the overall premise regarding the need for the fuel center here?
Mm-hmm.
So just to address some of your concerns here, so this would be a Harris Teeter operated fuel center, and we really look at this as an amenity added to the grocery store. We're really looking at this as kind of like a one-stop shop to where, you know, you'd be able to get your groceries, get your prescriptions, as well as, you know, fill up your gas tank. And in today's day and age with gas prices the way we're seeing them, it really is important for customers to be saving at the pump, and they've you know, really provided great feedback that there is real value in the Harris Teeter Points program that can be given to customers' day-to-day lives. And so this would be, you know, a location where they'd be able to redeem those fuel points, save on fuel, and adding another operator into that mix drives down costs across the board. And we've seen that pretty consistently, where when you introduce a Harris Teeter fuel center, the, you know, other surrounding locations will lower the price and the customer does win. That is something that's very significant on Harris Teeter's business side. And when we're looking at an investment of this size into the community, really what we're looking at is kind of the need to implement Harris Teeter's full business strategy. When we're looking at an expansion like this, it really is essentially the cost of a new store when it's compared side by side. And so what we're trying to do here is take a location that is, you know, 18 years old, and bring it up to today's standards to be able to compete in today's grocery marketplace. You know, the previous applicant kind of shed light onto another grocer that's entered the marketplace in Chapel Hill, incentivized by City Council to enter the market with their full business plan. And what Harris Teeter is trying to do here is just be allowed to be offered to the chance to implement ours here, which, you know, not only includes the expansion space, which would allow us to increase the offerings to our Harris Teeter customers. You know, we're looking at, you know, activating the corner there of the building to where, you know, we can have some outdoor seating and coffee shop interaction there on the corner, as well as we've heard concerns regarding kind of the safety and the flow of the parking field and pedestrian access as it exists today. And I think if you study the plans in place to change the parking field, you'll really see that we have worked to improve the existing situation pretty substantially. We're proposing a drive aisle, what we're calling a loop road, which would prevent the truck access, which currently goes in front of the grocery store. It takes that to the outskirts of the parking lot, making it so that they don't have to have any interaction with pedestrians or customers that are going back and forth between their vehicles and the small shops or the Harris Teeter itself. And then also, you know, upgrading the crosswalks and bike facilities that are all there, which all are very consistent with the town's long range plans there. I will speak to that multimodal path that was asked at the beginning. And yes, we've studied that at length. Harris Teeter does not own the shopping center itself. We're on a lease for the store. We will own the fuel pad, but this is not our property. And so what we're trying to do is balance interests here. And we were able to secure, you know, the dedication of an easement for that future implementation of that path from the landlord there. But when we're looking at full-on construction of it right now, you know, there is the existing bike path that's along MLK, and, you know, the preservation of the buffer also comes up pretty regularly. And in order to construct that portion of the multimodal path, you significantly reduce, you have to clear cut the buffer the way that the grades play out there. So it just becomes quite cumbersome to implement that.
Ms. Berry, you've already spoken. Is there something pertinent?
Yes, there is. Chapel Hill North Harris Teeter, it used to be my primary store, and I have shopped there quite a bit. It is possible to experience one-stop shopping there with the existing gas station It's very easy to do. I think if you want to offer a full complement on the model, there's a need for supercharging stations. Have you considered that?
Yes.
That is a portion of the plan there. Yes, we will be installing supercharging stations within the parking field.
Okay, looking for a motion to continue the public hearing, evidentiary hearing till June 15th.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Anderson, second by Mr. Nguyen to continue the public hearing to June 15th. Roll call vote, please. Ms. Stegman.
Aye.
Ms. Anderson.
Aye.
Ms. Berry.
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen.
Aye.
Ms. Miller-Fushi.
Aye.
Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Ms. Ryan.
Aye.
Mr. Searing.
Aye.
And the mayor says aye as well. Ms. Berry, your hand's still up. Okay. Thank you. We are continued to June 15th. Thank you very much. All right, that brings us up to item number 7, our concept plan review for Porthole Alley redevelopment.
And good evening. I'm Judy Johnson, again with our planning department, here for this presentation. I have a fairly quick presentation, and then I will be turning it over to the university to give you the details. So property is located at Porthole Alley, which is, I think it's, the address is 128 to 144 East Franklin Street. I think everybody knows where Porthole Alley is. So the recommendation is to transmit your comments to the applicant tonight. And as we share this on every concept plan, there's no decision. We're looking for feedback. Advisory boards do provide a preliminary feedback. And on this application, this has only gone to our Community Design Commission, as the site is fairly small. It's I think it's about an acre or so. So it does not hit the threshold for a stormwater management utility advisory board, nor is there a housing component, so it doesn't go to the housing advisory board. So the property is located in our Town Center 1 and our Office Institutional 4, which is basically the university zoning. It is also part of the UNC development plan. I'm going to briefly zoom in just a little bit there. You can see the site is located here. South Columbia Street is to the west. Franklin Street is just to the north. And then just to remind you of the development plan, a portion of this property is located within the UNC Chapel Hill development plan, which covers the entire campus. So it is, as I said, about a just over a 1 acre site. It is a redevelopment of the properties there. And I know that Evan Yaski will be detailing the plan for this. So I'm just going to try to touch on some points that we heard from our urban designer. I know Brian Peterson had met with him, and his comments are there on the screen. He did think the massing strategy was well done. He likes the public components along and adjacent to Franklin Street. Comment on the ground floor facades being transparent and enhancing the vibrancy of the porch-like spaces that is being proposed on the inside of the property. And then in the future, continuing that Porthole Alley, the pedestrian connection further to the south down towards Cameron Avenue. And then, as I said, our Community Design Commission did review this. They had some comments about the vertical articulation and some adjustments to the massing to invite movement, and particularly bringing people into campus. They did like the porch experiences that are proposed on the inside and had suggested bringing those out to Franklin Street. Had a little comment about the narrowness of Porthole Alley and the impact of how that might feel. And certainly I think I know the university is very concerned about the blending of the architecture with the old with the new. Just as we've been trying to give you a little bit of flavor of the long range evaluation. So this is adjacent to, but not quite in the downtown focus area, which is part of our future land use map. But even though it's not in the focus area, there's still consideration is given to public entrances, creating vibrant pedestrian zones, looking for public art opportunities, as well as continuing to have wide pedestrian zones. I think that's a theme we heard earlier this evening on the other downtown project. And that completes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions or turn it over to Evan Yaski with the university, who will give us the details of the development.
Welcome, Mr. Yaski. If you want to give us the details, we appreciate hearing them.
Happy to do so. Good evening, and recognizing the hour, I will try to make my comments as brief as possible. Let me share my screen and get into presentation mode here. There we go. So, and thank you, Judy, for the introduction. The project is consistent with the 2019 campus master plan that we had presented to you a few years back. Its three main themes: welcoming, creating connections, and as well as hubs, is very much an important part of this proposed project. So we actually began conceiving of the project and hired a consultant at the end of 2019 in anticipation of a couple of rounds of public meetings. We had the first one in January of 2020. Then we took the comments back, did some homework, and then we're ready to present back in about March or April, when the pandemic put the whole project on hold until November of 21. And then we came back finally. We felt it was time to bring the project back online, and we had our second round of public meetings. So this slide represents the comments that we had heard at the first round of public information sessions, about how people felt about the site, what some of the critical issues are, and we tried to address them as we move forward. The project principles, I won't read the whole thing, it's there on the screen, but the aspect of working with the town and the character of downtown and the scale and the fabric of East Franklin Street, recognizing that Port Hall Alley itself is an important place. It has its own history, how we're going to design the building to encourage the collaboration, and programmatically having this mix of retail, ground level spaces that activate the street and the alley itself, and then overarching sustainability across the whole project, making sure that we're meeting the university's goals and recognizing the town has environmental sustainability goals as well. So I put this up to show that we, back in 2015 and 16, had envisioned a larger master plan, and Judy mentioned this comment that had been made to extend the pedestrian corridor from Franklin down to Cameron. As you may know, there's quite a bit of asphalt and a lot of parking in that section of the campus in the interior of the block. And we envisioned something that was much more pedestrian friendly, retaining some parking. And that is the master plan. So also the fact that we have different architectural styles and characters and placemaking that trying to bridge these different aspects of the site. It creates this bridge between East Franklin Street and the main historic part of campus. And there's a photo of the alley itself as it sits today. The context, I believe you're all familiar with, so I'll go very quickly. It's a gateway to the campus, an important gateway. A lot of people enter now, and we envision that to be even more so after this redevelopment. Thinking about transit-oriented development, a lot of great transit opportunities are sitting right there on Franklin Street. So it makes sense to create additional density for more use at that site. The building height is something that we've thought a lot about up till now, and there's a lot more thinking to do. But again, this idea of bridging two different zones, this area of lower scale buildings and higher scale buildings. And we saw an image earlier tonight about the proposed development, some active development on Rosemary Street. So thinking about how this area in this neighborhood is becoming a little taller and a little denser, and how this project might respond to that, but recognizing the historic character of Franklin. Programmatically, there's a lot of public-facing programs already in this area, many that are kind of university-sponsored, between performing arts, the Moorhead Planetarium, and some innovation spaces, and that we think that this project will contribute and sort of fit in well programmatically with these other uses. So getting to the site itself and how we have started to think about this, and that there are different zones to the site. There's the north part of the site, which would be scaled more to Franklin Street. We have an eastern edge that's needs to relate to the church, an important iconic building there on East Franklin Street. And then maybe that the highest mass, the tallest part of this development would sit on the southwestern part of the site, fronting onto the campus. And then in terms of ground floor uses, clearly it felt that maintaining, in fact, even enhancing retail opportunities on East Franklin makes a lot of sense at the north end of the site. But then even along the alleyway itself, how do we create additional kind of activated programmatic spaces there? Thinking even about the upper levels, that there's a feeling that the lights are on in the evening, that it's more of a 24/7 environment, and it's not kind of dead place at 5 p.m. And then as the southern part of the site faces onto campus, and how do we create more enhanced spaces there that will also be active at different times? We thought about different strategies about how to redevelop the site with different levels of retention of existing buildings versus redevelopment, and where the massing might sit. So just to show that we looked at different ideas. And this option 4 is enlarged on the next, oops, sorry, that slide went away. I'm sorry. But the option 4 is the one that we decided to move forward with. So the Hill commercial building, which has the Carolina Coffee Shop, is the one that we felt has the most historic importance of the group of buildings that are there on the site today. And we felt like we could actually sort of trim that back to its original footprint. There had been an addition on the backside of it that we could clean up and make a new type of space there. And that'll be a little clearer in the forthcoming slide. So here is a site plan that we've come around to. We're sort of interested in moving forward with this concept, but just to say it's still quite early, and we're looking for this feedback so that we can develop with the best feedback possible. So you can see there retail opportunities facing East Franklin. We believe moving the undergraduate admissions office right downtown from its current home will be good for the university and good for the town and good for local businesses, because it brings 50,000 unique visitors a year right to the heart of Franklin Street from the current Jackson Hall area. There is no parking, I should say, proposed as part of this development. In fact, we would be losing a few of the parking spaces that are there now. But as the university has an agreement to lease 100 spaces on the new parking deck on East Rosemary, we think that that'll make up for it, and that'll provide good parking amenity for visitors to this particular redevelopment. And then I'll close with a few views of the proposed design as it sits now. And when I say proposed design, it's really not an architectural design. It's a concept for how massing could occur. You'll see that the new developed buildings are shown without any architectural detail, because we feel we're not there yet. We're still looking for feedback. But this massing strategy is something that we've started to feel is good and interesting and something we'd like to move forward with. So that, I'm sorry, the first slide is obviously with East Franklin in the foreground, looking south onto the campus. You can see the Hill Commercial Building in the foreground on the left, sitting next to the church as it does today. And then the other aerial view from the south looking back towards Franklin Street. And you can see these porches with enhanced green spaces in front of them, where today there's a little bit more asphalt there. So creating wonderful new outdoor amenity spaces as well is important to the development. And then just a few ground level perspectives. So across on the north side of Franklin Street with the Hill Commercial Building in the foreground, and then moving along East Franklin and looking right down the alleyway. So the existing building retained and renovated on the left, and then a new construction there on the right. Moving down the alley itself, we saw an opportunity to reopen windows into the Hill Commercial Building. You can see sort of the blind bricked up windows there today, in creating, again, that more activated space in the alley. So as you move down the alley, if you turned with the Hill Commercial Building just off the screen and to your left, we envisioned this new courtyard space that frames a view of the church steeple, again, creating a new type of space that we felt could be really exciting, could have outdoor dining opportunities. And you also see a bridge going across the two different new building forms, which would allow us to kind of reduce the number of elevators that we'd have to provide, but also creates an interesting sort of scaling to the alley itself. So this view is the final view, as if you had come out the alley on the campus side and looking back towards Franklin Street. You can see these new outdoor spaces. The alley actually widens a bit as you traverse south to it. And then again, this sort of enhanced pavement, creating a better pedestrian experience. So I'll stop there, and happy to answer questions or respond to any comments that you might have.
Thank you. Can you bring us back to full screen, please?
Of course.
Council members, do you have clarifying questions? Mr. Searing?
Just quickly, so I know the CDC was asking about the width of the alley. Does the width change in that plan at all? It's hard to tell from the pictures.
Yes, the current thinking is that at the northern end of the alleyway, that the width would be essentially the same as it is today, but as you traverse towards the south, it would actually widen by about 5 feet or so.
What else? I have a few. I'll go with you. Oh, Ms. Miller-Freshie.
Thank you for this presentation. Just wondering how you're going to be trying to bring in more greenery. I saw a lot of looked like brick pavement potentially. North Carolina is hot. So just thinking about like some trees, what kind of cover, shading, so we can really enjoy that outside space and not burn up.
Absolutely, great point. And we're definitely not there yet on the details of plantings. We imagine that there are these two green spaces that were shown in the images on the south side of the project that would be great gathering spaces, particularly with an admissions office and a visitor center there. We could have tours that originate from those green spaces, but great point. We need to have shading through trees. We just haven't gotten to that point yet.
Okay, well, I'll ask a few questions and come back to see council members. Have you thought about architectural style? Because right now you've got the other buildings that have a historic kind of style. And as we face Franklin Street, just wanted to know what you were thinking. I know you only showed us the block of massing, but Are you thinking about that or changing the style of what's currently there?
It certainly is hard not to begin thinking about that, but we've held back thus far. We're going to start that soon. It's clear that there are a variety of architectural styles as you look along Franklin Street and in the larger neighborhood, but so I think we have to take all that into account and try to create relationships with other parts and pieces that we see in the neighborhood. But we'd like to come back when we are a little further developed on that.
Okay. And then on the Franklin Street side, I've noticed both sometimes there was a green on top of the building or a railing. Really want to encourage you to think about outdoor amenity space that's up top like that. That's how you could get some green appeal. But I think it would be a fabulous place for people to gather, even with admissions or any of that kind of thing. But it also is an opportunity to create more, interest in the downtown facing. So I saw your porches that face onto the campus side, but how do we engage people on the Franklin Street side as part of the town? Are you thinking about that? Or because like I said, one time it was green on top, another time I saw railings.
Yeah, it's I think like the idea of, are there going to be trees and what kind of trees? We've thought that creating rooftop spaces where we render them in those images as green roofs, that certainly help with stormwater runoff and our urban heat island and those types of things. Whether we could occupy those spaces, there are safety issues we have to take into account, but there is precedent already on Franklin Street for some elevated gathering and dining spaces. So we'd like to consider that and figure out if we could do that.
Okay, and then the consultant we've hired together has suggested really enhancing the visitors center so that alumni who come back for the weekends and that it's open to showcase different things about UNC sports and all that. Is that something you're still considering with a bigger, more vibrant visitors? I mean, a much larger than the one you have now is far better than what you had before, but are you considering a bigger one now?
Yeah, in terms of the square footage, there's still, I guess, TBD, but we do think this is a great opportunity to showcase a lot of things that the university does, from athletics to research to service and all the great things that we don't always have the perfect way and physical place to talk and display those types of things. But we think there's a great opportunity. So yes.
And then the last part was also talking about with the consultant too, making the admissions auditorium hall or whatever, I'm not sure what you call where they do a spiel in the beginning, larger and available to be accessed in the evening, other times by the public to come hear lectures or any just kind of opportunities like that, but it'd have to be pretty easily accessible and visible to be able to how to access that. Is that still in the works?
Certainly, we know that gathering of different sizes for admissions is important. And it might be the 40 person, the 75 person, and the 200 person types of events, depending on what this building and development should accommodate, and how we open that up for uses after 5 p.m. is something we've been talking about, and would love to continue that conversation with you and others.
So we'd love to continue too. We want to make sure though in the design that, like I said, that it's easily apparent how people access it or partake when those kinds of things. All right, Mr. Parker keeps putting his hand up. Over
yeah, sorry, I kept thinking you were finished. I apologize. So just a quick question. I know that the Ackland, or I think I know the Ackland is also meant to be redeveloped and rebuilt sometime over the next whenever. And, the Ackland sort of gets pretty close to this. So have you given any thought how this would relate to a redeveloped Ackland?
At the moment, we're looking at other opportunities to redevelop the Ackland and increase the space that they have for exhibitions and other programming. And our hope is that will happen in a different project, and that this Porthole Alley project will serve other uses.
Well, I get that, but I'm saying, are they going to be, near each other? Will they relate to each other?
Yeah, we've frankly been thinking about potential sites either where the Ackland is now or very close by, and we'd like to keep it as close to Franklin Street as possible because we think it has a really critical relationship with how the town is organized and bringing people downtown. So yes, to wanting to have a redeveloped Ackland nearby. We think that that's separate from this. Although I will say, because the Ackland will be there or nearby, and there are other arts programming, we think that there's a great opportunity to integrate art into this project, whether it's sculpture as you come in or out of the alleyway or other murals. We don't know exactly what that looks like, but we think, to riff on your point, that having art be front and center in this project is something we're talking about.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Anderson?
Yeah, thank you. My first question was about the canyon effect that the urban designer mentioned. I was wondering, it didn't really look like in the packet that you'd addressed that, but I was wondering if you had made any changes in response to that feedback, and if not, what the barriers were to doing something about that narrow feeling.
Yeah. So that meeting with CDC was about a month ago, and actually a little less than that. And we haven't worked on this project in the interim. So I think we're in a sort of discovery phase, if you will, and we're trying to get this type of feedback so that we can take that back and look at the project and how we take those comments and make the project better. So I think the proportions of the alley is something we've been talking about, and what should it be, and how does the width to the height make people feel. And so, more to come on that.
Okay.
But we did hear the comment and are looking forward to, designing what that might look like.
Okay. And are we doing just comments, or just questions or comments also?
Just clarifying questions, and we can go to the public and come back.
Yeah, I think that's it then. Thanks.
Okay. This item is open for public comment. I see we have one raised hand. If anyone's wishing to comment on this item, please use the raise hand function or the *9 on your phone. Ms. Stegman will call you in.
Ms. Santos. Come on in.
Okay, so I have a few suggestions. I think they should find a way to merge the different cultures and traditions that you find within Chapel Hill, because we have great demographics of different people, and tell that story throughout the imagery. You could do it like via mural, and then in your visitor center, you have your people that are telling the story of Chapel Hill and what's going on and what's happening right now. Now, one way that you can keep that corridor, the kind of like it is if you ever travel to New Orleans, you know that certain spaces are small, but you don't feel claustrophobic because in your mind, you're like, oh, this is part of the old world style. And so maybe if you present the corridor like you're going back into history or back into time, then people are mentally prepared for that journey, and then they know that this is something different. But there's basically, what I'm saying is, there's a way that you can play with the size that it currently stands at, but psychologically prepare the people to go through that space. And I think one of the things that you can have is create like an old bookstore, that has that old ring to it. But because these are the things that are missing, that we need to reintroduce, that shouldn't be totally wiped away as society moves forward. So maybe you can introduce things like that into the space to, keep with the tradition, because, keep the things that we need and throw away what's not needed. But yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. I think that was all the only raised hand I saw. Bring it back to council for comments, please. Ms. Anderson, followed by Mr. Searing.
Yeah, thank you for this presentation. I think this is a really exciting opportunity to do something great downtown that that brings the university and the town together. I think you kind of mentioned a few ways that you're really trying to think through how to make things accessible and how to make it feel like it's a place for people in the town and not just students and professors. I would definitely encourage you to think about that massing. I don't know what the right answer is, but that's definitely not my job. But I think really making it feel the right height versus width, I think will just make a big difference in how it feels. And I think not wanting it to be a canyon just because it's going to be there for a long time, and we want it to feel like that right size, whatever that is for people. I also think that the ideas from the consultant about having the admissions building be a really exciting interactive experience, and then you come out and you kind of walk through all these really cool things, and then you get to the game or wherever you're going. I really love all those things. I think it will be exciting for alumni, but it will also just be really neat for everybody. So I think there's a lot of potential. There's great things, and I would just encourage you to keep thinking about how we can blur those lines and make some of the facilities feel like they're for the people of Chapel Hill, maybe a little more than they do now. But I think it's a really great opportunity.
Mr. Searing, followed by Mr. Parker and Ms. Ryan.
Just quickly, I generally have good positive impressions of the plan. Two thumbs up for preserving the Hill building and the Carolina Coffee Shop, especially since that's where my wife and I had our first date quite a while ago. So your instincts are correct on that one, at least in my view. I do just want to echo some of the other comments about bringing some of this outdoor experience out to Franklin as well. I think that's a nice, important thing that we can do, and would be something that I would really like to see. So thanks for the presentation. Look forward to more discussion.
Okay, Mr. Parker, Ms. Ryan, and Ms. Miller-Fushi.
Yeah, I mean, this is really good stuff, and you're clear. I mean, it's great to work with people who really think about things, as opposed to some other folks who come before us. So thank you for that. I mean, the care and and thought that's being put into this really shows. So thank you. A couple of thoughts, and I think you'll probably hear it. You heard it from Ms. Anderson. About the alley and, sort of the tunneling, and I'm not going to play architect too much, but perhaps, making the first floor of the building that faces the alley, a little narrower, and then, have an overhang or something so you get some additional width to Porthole Alley, maybe. But generally speaking, I mean, it doesn't feel like today, if you walk along Franklin Street, and if you're not expecting Porthole Alley, if you don't know that it provides a good entry into campus, you will easily miss it. And I'd like to see something done at that, juncture of Porthole Alley and Franklin Street that makes it obvious that this is a place that we want people to go into, that it is an entryway to the campus, make it into a welcoming. I don't know how you do that, but rather than, we've got the three alleys on the other side of Franklin, and we've really got to make this very different from those, so that people, when they walk by who may not know that this is an entry to campus or whatever, really see it as such and want to then be drawn in. The other thing I would ask you to think about, particularly in the new building on Franklin, where you've got it 3 stories now, we don't know, many of the buildings on Franklin Street right now are 100 years old and probably don't have a lot of legs left in them. And so we can probably assume that over the next 10 or 20 years, we're going to see a lot of redevelopment of Franklin Street. And so, if you could be somewhat more future thinking about that, this building, while you want it to relate to the Franklin Street as it is, but it also can play a role in shaping the Franklin Street that is to be. And so if you can think about those two, trying to combine those two things, to respect Franklin Street the way it is, but acknowledge that, 10, 20 years down the road, I suspect at least parts of Franklin and certainly parts of downtown are going to look quite different. And so, this will be the first really new building on Franklin in a very long time. So start using it to set the tone for how Franklin could evolve going forward. But otherwise, I think, you're really doing great work. So thank you.
Thank you.
Right, Ms. Ryan, Ms. Miller-Fouché, then Ms. Stegman.
Thank you. Thanks for all the thoughtful, sensitive design you have here. Just when you're showing you turn your head sideways and you get that framed view of the church, and that level of care is just really nice to see. So I appreciate that. I would echo Mr. Parker's comment that he just made about calling out the entrance in somewhat, I don't want to say loud way, but it could be a loud way. But just like, here we are, this is where we connect, come on in, we want to see you. I think that would be really exciting. As you heard from our other discussions tonight about the importance of our public realms and really good sidewalks. Historically, we don't really have them, and I'm hoping that as we redevelop places that we get a little more generous and make those places better. So as you're planning that part out, think about nice wide sidewalks and public realms. And I agree with Ms. Miller-Fouché about the trees. I'm assuming you just were trying to feature the buildings and not putting lots of trees in to hide things, but yeah, we need that shade. So that would be great, but well done, very thoughtful work. Looking forward to see where we go from here.
Ms. Miller-Fouché, followed by Ms. Stegman, followed by Ms. Berry.
Yeah, I'm going to repeat some things. I'll try not to go into detail. Everything that Councilmember Parker said about that entrance, that was one of the main things that I wanted to say there. And also about, it is very campus focused. We get that, we understand that, but I would really love to blur those lines a bit and really bring it into the community more and make some of, what's going on there very accessible to the community. Would really like to, see what you all can do there. And that's it. Thanks.
Ms. Stegman, then Ms. Berry, then Mr. Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just echo that this is really exciting and shows just a thoughtful process that you've been going through. So thank you. And I would just emphasize the community gathering spaces just as much as possible and bringing that onto Franklin, whether that's the porch or something else. I would also love to see just art incorporated in every possible way throughout the spaces, the shade and trees. And I know this comes later, but I think use of lighting to really make, the special unique places can be really effective. So I know that's a detail for later on, but thank you. I also want to note that I failed at my job. Gordon wanted to speak. He had signed up to speak, and I'm not sure if he still does, but I wanted to give him that opportunity.
Gordon, if you wish to speak, we're happy to have you.
Sorry about that, Gordon.
I know he was listening earlier.
He's there. He's moving over to panelist.
Sorry about that. I'm just here to support Evan if there were any additional questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Gordon. Sorry to miss every. All right. Ms. Berry, followed by Mr. Nguyen.
Okay. This is exciting. And I have to confess that I am not one who was born and raised in Chapel Hill. I did not attend UNC. And back in February, I reached out to Matthew Gladdick and said, I need a tour of downtown, especially Porthole Alley. I have no idea of where it is. I've been here in this area for 15 years and had passed it. And so that speaks to what my colleagues have said, which is make a more pronounced entryway there so that people know that it's there. And February 11th, there was a beautiful day to take a tour. And I see that there is a mural there. I see that there's some some lights down there. I don't know UNC's style, but at my alma mater, Wellesley, we have a very distinctive light fixture. It's very distinctive to us. And so if there is something that says UNC, and we had a comment here from Ms. Santos, footprints, and maybe that might be overplayed, but something that says you are approaching campus that really says UNC Chapel Hill, maybe a more pronounced, vivid mural that's there, but this is a great opportunity for art, and help us make that transition to campus, which I know is what you're trying to do. And right now with those bollards and that brick, that what's there, I keep thinking that there's going to be a horse and buggy. Right? That's just what comes to mind. So yay, thank you for developing this. I'm really excited to see what comes.
Okay, I'll wrap up with, agree with a lot of the comments that have been said. I'm laughing because one of our first things as council, we came in and we shut down Porthole Alley from cars coming out. Cars were coming out of there, and so that's why the bollards, we had cars coming out of that parking lot and disrupting students, pushing them to the side and entering Franklin Street across the sidewalk there. So we've come a long way and the vision is much improved. I would love for you to find a way to do that rooftop amenity or a porch overhang onto the Franklin Street side. I think it really would draw community in. I think it would speak volumes to, this is a blending of the university and the town for anyone who comes, visitors, alumni, people who live here, people who work here. I don't see the safety concerns as much as you think there are, because we've got other folks doing it and other cities are doing it everywhere. People like outdoor amenity space. They like being up off the street sometime. They like being in the grass. They like shade. Ms. Ryan's right. They want shade. So I think there's ways to do that make a much more interesting entrance to the university campus there, whether it's, watching ball games up there or whatever it is that you can come up with. I think there's an opportunity there that shouldn't be passed over at this point. So we are thrilled. We know you have to go through the process and you'll keep coming back with refinement of the design, but you've heard lots of input tonight. Is there anything you didn't hear or questions you still have of us before you continue on?
No, that was really wonderful to get such good feedback, and I really appreciate it, particularly at the late hour. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for staying with us for the late hour, and we appreciate
that. We transmit comments.
Second.
So moved by Ms. Anderson, second by Mr. Nguyen, that we transmit our comments. Roll call vote. Ms. Stegman.
Aye.
Ms. Anderson.
Aye.
Ms. Berry.
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen.
Aye.
Ms. Miller-Fushi.
Aye.
Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Ms. Ryan.
Aye.
Mr. Searing.
Aye.
Mayor says aye as well. Thank you. We do have some appointments to announce for us, so stay tuned. We do appreciate people applying for advisory board positions. We still have positions open, but this evening the council has appointed Thomas, I wrote this out, I can't even read my own writing, Thomas Gravity and Andrew Estrada for the Board of Adjustment. We still have several positions open on the Board of Adjustment, so please apply. The commission has reappointed Duncan LaSalle and Ann Pearl DePaul to the Historic District Commission. There is still an open position on the Historic District Commission. The council has reappointed Michael Weinert to the Human Services Advisory Board, along with the new appointments of Aaron Carpenter and Jan Lee Santos. And to the OWASA board, the council has reappointed Bruce Beam and newly appointed Pedro Garcia. So again, we have a lot of openings still. We would love to have you apply. A friendly couple of reminders to council members. I forgot to mention the Orange County Visitor Center is having their grand opening tomorrow from 4 to 6 p.m. It promises to have some good food and activities. And if you haven't seen it, it's absolutely fabulous. So come join us for that. And we will see you at 8:30 in the morning for our legislative breakfast. So get some rest between now and then. Is there anything else we need to go over? Mr. Jones is saying it's time to go home. So thank you all. The meeting is adjourned. Good work.
Happy birthday, Karen.
And for spending it with us.